What are we working on right now? Title screen. Mouse drag, part 89 of... actually, no, this is not part 89. 87, 88, 89. We're actually on part 90. We're on part 90 here. Okay, we're on part 90 of sprint number 5. Yes, I know, 5 sprints, and we're, you know, hundreds of videos in. And is this video 163? Yes, this is video 163, sprint 5. Yes, not much of a sprint anymore. What do I have to do here? I feel like I'm missing something here that I wanted to cover. Mouse drag. Oh, yeah, so I want to really quickly go to Twitch here, www.twitch.com, and I want to go find somebody who I don't think is doing anything right now. But, yeah, I don't think they're doing things, not Jessica Mack, but they are working on, well, since I'm here on their page, they are working on some cool stuff. I believe they're working on, like, a music-based game, and heavily using, like, GLSL shaders. But how I'm looking for is Kuju, who is doing game development. And last time I talked to them, they hadn't been streaming very often. And then I saw their last stream was like a week ago, and like you can see the exponential fall off, right? 18 days ago, 21 days ago. So you can see 18 days ago, 21 days ago. And this one was like, they're all like spaced by 3 or whatnot. But this looks like they're not coming back. 18 days ago, that looks like they're not coming back. We better message them. Hey, we told them to give us their email address before they dropped off the earth. So we better do that now. Let's go. Hey. Is there anything personal? I better go over here because I don't know if there's anything personal in my private messages with them. So we gotta put that off screen for a second, so I can just message them really quick. Hey, you seem to be dropping of space. Okay, so I just messaged them, let them know that, you know, they seem to be dropping off the face of the planet, so I told them to get a hold of me before they do that, because it's kind of sucks when you see, like, you know, like, you hear about some type of stream, right? You hear about some type of stream, and then, you find out that you can't get a hold of them because the last time they streamed was, like, many, months ago, right? So actually, maybe we want to change, this here. Let's move this over here for a second. Twitch.com/kanjicoder. And I'm just editing this for a second. TXT email. I'm just going to take my email for a second. I'm going to unlock that. Take my email. We're going to move this up here. So if anyone is so bold as to try to find me, which is fine if you want to find me, if anyone wants to find me, I'm thinking that, you know, if that ever happens to me, if I ever drop off the face of the earth, I would like people to have a way to find me, you know, provided that I am still alive. And I do I'm not saying that cheekily, I mean, provided I'm still alive, I would like people to be able to find me. So heavymetalcookies@gmail.com. And the kanji coder thing can be kind of, I think that right now I'm feeling like that's less important. I think it's more important that, more important than that is just people knowing how to get a hold of me, right? So kanji coder, heavymetalcookies@gmail.com, right? So you got a lot of stuff here. Okay, cool. So anyways, now that I'm done being paranoid, let's figure out how to get this stuff working. Well, the first part is we need to grab our thumb drive because we made changes. We made changes to our code base at the shop. So let's go find that for a second. Where did I put that? Are you up here? I know you're up here somewhere. Okay, I may have put that upstairs. I'll be right back. Got it. Okay, I found it. Okay, so I cut some parts at the shop, and while I was at the shop, I edited my code. So I have to pull some stuff off of my thumb drive. I gotta pull some stuff off my thumb drive here. So hold with me here. Gotta sync with that thumb drive. So all of the stuff was done in the README, but yeah, all the stuff was done in the README. But I want to, yeah. So in here, in Git, in my this folder here, let's do git bash here and sync that up. So git status, there should be changes to README only. Git add dot, git commit dash am, dependency graph. Okay, git push GitHub master, right? So I made a little dependency. I made a dependency graph for the system, the whole engine. And it's pretty shoddy. It's not the best thing. Okay, so that's, is that pushed up? Yeah, it's pushed up. Git status. Okay. And yeah, I think we're good there. So let's go over here, and this should not be the F drive. This is the thing we just looked at. So over here, let's do git bash here. Actually, no, we can use this. Git status for a second. Git pull, right? Git pull, yeah. Because I know there's stuff up there, right? And it's from the README, right? So if we go into the README really quick, let's look at that README, right? So, bam, open up that README, change the language really quick to something besides Markdown. And if we want to, let's just pull this up here for a second, full screen this. So we made a little diagram of how everything goes together, right? So we tried a few ways. We tried to make things like kind of like this, and try to say, oh, these things go here like that, and Gina Mouse and Gina Win, that's Win32 native window, that's conceptually grouped together. These orders matter. Where order doesn't matter, you put little asterisks, right? And then OpenGL not set up, the bindings and the constants, right? And then we have mouse window size and mouse position, iMouse box, and Gina Win. Gina Win has the window size, iMouse box has the mouse position, CPU uniforms, gradient quad, frag bed, right? They all reference into each other this way, right? So this is declared before this, and this can backwards reference to that. That's what the idea of these arrows here. So then we have like pixel name, and we have all these different systems: pixsave, pixback, GPU data, pixpush, pixload, and dump assets. And they're all backwards referencing pixname in approximately, well, actually in exactly this order right now. The exact order I don't think really matters, but that's the current order that they are in. Gentile common code, Gentile DAO, Gentile up. So downscaling algorithm, upscaling algorithm, the order here does not matter, and they both up-reference this, right? And then poly OGL, OpenGL polyfills, fragment shader common code references this, and then also the editor shaders reference this as well. So GPU view and P5D1OGL both reference this system here, and then GPU view and P5D1OGL, well, they reference specific things from Pixname, specifically Tau Depot is referenced by GPU view, as well as Pixname any, really. And then P5D1OGL references Pixname PAINT5D. That's the memory that it uses. Any system in this group can directly reference poly, OGL, or fragcom, right? Okay, so then over here, tau texture is uniform within this explicit order right here: tau dirt, tau depot, tau type, tau sync. And then down here, common editor input transformation functions: zoomcom, dragcom, clickcom, right? And then down here we have editor camera functions: editcam and gamecam. Camera behaves like editor, camera behaves like game. And then we just want to note that it's an editor-centric engine, so no matter if you are playing a game or editing a level, you're always inside an editor, right? So that could mean that there's an editor designed to be more gameplay-ish, or it could mean that you're inside an editor, but the editing functions have been turned off, right? So edit cam and game cam, right? Editor, like input transformations, functions only, no data. Game cam, gameplay. Gameplay like input transformations, functions only, no data, right? Then we have the mouse state and the current active editor, and so the mouse state is these two things, and then the current editor is this thing, and we add them together and create this group here. And then AAC main has a main input handler, and the main input handler is going to reference this stuff. And within the main input handler, right now we just have this one item, the PAINT5D mouse input handler. It's not exactly spelled like this, so that's why it's in between these angled brackets. So this is saying, this is a paraphrase, right? This token here is a paraphrase. So then over here we have pattern breakers, right? So PAINT5D and P5D right here, CPU side code versus GPU side code. In retrospect, I should have just created a paint5d.fragment file instead and put everything into the paint5d namespace. Too late now. Maybe we'll fix it far in the future. Probably not. Then we have a dense dependency graph where we try to do all that same stuff we did earlier up here and try to do it in a more dense kind of way. So here we're just trying to group things like here's group A, here's group B, and within group A, so group A is the topmost group, right? So the alphabetical order matters here. And then if group A has very specific ordering, right? So they need to be in this exact order, we put numbers. If there's a group, say, for example, group C, where the two things, the order doesn't matter, we'll just put in a little asterisk, right? So like right here, we have group M, which has things 1, then 2. These two things have to be after these things, but these can be in any order, right? Then group 3 here, this needs to be the first, but then these other things, part of this subgroup 3 of group M, these pixpush and pixload can be in any order, but they have to come before GPU data, right? And then fileboy and pixname, these are up references. These are backwards references, so hard-coded assets and dump-ass, these could both be referencing one of these, right? So this diagram isn't perfect, because I think right now it's the dump assets that is referencing pixname, and then the hard-coded assets, I believe. I think they both reference this, or maybe it's dump assets that only uses this. I don't know. It's not a perfect diagram, right? So pixname, right? We have this is an up reference to pixname, and the tile generation code up references pixname, right? So the tau systems up reference pixname as well. A lot of things are up referencing pixname, right? It's just a very important centralized place where there's a lot of data for different systems. So all of the big chunks of data that we're using in this engine revolve around kind of 512 by 512 textures. And those 512 by 512 textures are stored in pixname. So, therefore, pixname gets a lot of references. Okay, so before we begin, before we like get ahead of ourselves, the first thing we want to do is just make sure this kind of compiles, right? So /AAC2020.sh. Make sure it compiles, make sure it runs. And also, the video number is 163, and we're working on, what are we working on? We're working on mouse drag. So let's change the title of this video to mouse drag. And then let's do done. And then let's also check our whispers, because that's weird. So the whispers just stayed open after I sent them, or whatever. Okay, so here we go. There's this thing. Yeah, stuff, right? Zoom. Yeah, good stuff. Okay. So now we just want to be able to, like right now, if we go down to, let's go to a white canvas for a second, right? So this stuff right here, we can get these different tile sizes, and ooh, isn't that awesome, right? But the next thing I want to do is I want to be able to, with my left mouse, I want to be able to, right mouse, non-primary clicky button. With my non-primary clicky button, I would like to click drag, or, you know, pan, and pan this canvas. Because right now I can pan with this key right here. I can pan with the keyboard keys, but I can't actually pan with the mouse. So if we want to simulate, let's run a simulation here. I want to be able to JKL. So I want to be able to do this, right? Okay, here's this little blue thing I'm grabbing, right? I want to be able to do this, right? And then I want to go like that. And I want to move this, right? And then I want to be able to go diagonal too, and go. Okay, but I can't go diagonal. But you get the idea. I want to be able to grab this and then grab this and go the other way, right? I want to be able to do that, right? I want to pan, right? So let's get that going. Let's try to figure out what the hell we're doing and try to get that going. And I don't know where to put this code at all. I have no clue what I'm doing. So the first step to this is, so we have this mouse code. Now this is kind of like native mouse code, right? And we need some place to store the original mouse position when hey, maybe they got back to me. Maybe they're around. Excellent. Okay, so let's see. Started like 4 projects at the same time, so I'm falling behind on all of them. Let's see. Uh, 10, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week for the past 2 weeks, and I'm still, okay, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna save. Okay. Alright, cool. Yeah. Don't work Sundays, so if you are on Twitch, I'll stop by. Okay. Alright. So that's cool that they got back to me. So let's put Kuju's email. Now, technically, we don't want to accidentally give out emails, so I'm going to put their email really quick in a file and save that. So, people, Twitch, and then say Kuju, underscore, and we're going to put that in a file, so that way what I can do is, so like this, so I can show you now that I have it on screen. So I don't want to dox people or not dox people or otherwise give away people's stuff, right? So the way we do this is we put their, email into a file. So when I'm looking at my shortcuts and I'm doing this stream, you can't see what that is, right? So because sometimes I do show my shortcuts on stream, so we don't want to accidentally show that stuff. Now I think I may already have a shortcut for their Twitch though, so we might want to look at that. Kuju. I guess we don't have a shortcut that just is Kuju, do we? That looks like it. Did we spell something wrong? Oh yeah, because that's Kuji. Okay, so I spelled that totally wrong. So let's, do we have one for Twitch? Do we have something spelled exactly like that? Do we have that yet? Okay, we don't? Okay, so we're going to use this for Twitch. And then, Kuji, because I spelled it Kuji. Let's go find that for a second, because I was stupid. Okay, and I guess we have more shortcuts than that than I thought. So this is a mistake, right? So, you mean, Kuju, right? So we'll make a correction there, right? So if I type that again wrongly, Kuju, right? And if we type this exactly, we'll pick, okay, so this will be Kuju, whatever, email, right? So Kuju email, and then Kuju email, right? So this will be their email, right? We'll put this in here. And then, right, so we'll keep it hidden, right? So, don't dox people. Or whatever the other thing is. I don't know what it's called if you give away someone's email. It's not necessarily doxing, but don't do that. Okay, so Kuju, and then we want to pick, for their stuff, we want to either pick their Twitch, or we want to pick figure out what their email is, right? If we type their name. So that way we don't forget. 10 years from now, if we're like, hey, I remember that one person called Kuju, I'll remember, right? So yeah, that's good there. Let's go back to the actual code we're writing here. So yeah, I mean, feel free to drop by the stream and interrupt me. Usually don't have many viewers anyways, so I can always take a break to look at whatever you've got going on. Yeah, okay, cool. So anyways, let's get back to what we were doing here. So we want to figure out how to, if we're going to click drag, we need to know where the mouse down position of the viewport was, so that we can, well, let's think about the variables we need, right? So the variables we need, okay, we need viewport dimensions at time of mouse down, right? And then we also need mouse down position at time of mouse down. So this thing right here is actually can be stored in the mouse variables, and so this is actually all we need. We need to find a place for this, right? So what we could do is we could encode that into the Tau depot, right? So that we can, so the shader code is actually aware of the clicking and dragging as well, right? So So why don't we do that? I think that's the best place for it. So in lib, inside of tau depot for a second, tau depot, if we go in here, we should have some variables for like where we want everything, right? So if we go in here, we have PAINT5D var, so debug variables, and then we have these variables here, and then there should be like viewport variables, right? So VPC, yeah, right here, right? VPC. So we don't want to change these numbers because these numbers are already hard-coded into the shader, right? So because of that, I want to be very wary of changing these numbers. So instead of that, what we're going to do is we're just going to say mouse down viewport VP VP0 is the oh no, hold on. So you want the mouse down of the off-screen viewport, right? Mouse down viewport VP1. So VP1 means, let's make sure we know what we're talking about here. Off-screen viewport, yeah, so it's the off-screen viewport that we want to pan, right? So define, and I don't know what we're going to call it, so let's just steal this, right? So VP1, right? And I'm thinking instead of calling it VP down, we call it how we call it VD1. So viewport down 1, right? So viewport down 1 corresponds to VP1, right? So it's the down state of the viewport. So it is the position of viewport 1 when the mouse is clicked down, right? So we'll just do that. So this will be like 11. And var max, so not the max number of variables, but the max valid variable. Max valid variable index, so it even says that. So we'll make this an 11, right? And then, so this is, so we can say, you know, VD1, viewport down 1. VP1, 1's state when mouse down. Okay, so VD1, right? So if we want to make a note of that, we might want to make a note of that because we're going to forget about that really quickly, right? So VD1 means, right? VD1 means, VD1 means. So this is going to be viewport down 1. VP1's state during mouse initial mouse down event, right? So also, what about VD0? VD0 means, and VD0, bogus. Bogus concept of destination viewport downstate is nonsense. Same thing with VPC. So if we take, so VD, if we did V, so we have down 1 and then down C, VDC, right? VDC means. So VDC, concept of canvas/client viewport is nonsense, right? So let's say so VD1, right? VD0, nonsense, no such thing as down state for VP0. Right? So VD1 is the only thing we have. So viewport C, or actually viewport down C, VDC, right, is also nonsense, right? So there's no viewport down state for VPC, viewport C, right? VD0, VDC, right? And if we type VD1 like that, then that's actually correct, VD1. Okay. So we just want to make sure that we do not accidentally create variables for things that are complete nonsense, right? So we can help ourselves not do that, right? So we can say that, okay, we got VD1, and then there's also VD0 and VDC, right? And those things are completely bogus, right? So we can actually say, you know, VD0 bogus. And we almost have enough room for that, but then almost enough room, but not quite. What do we want to do? How do we want to fix that? We could get rid of some of this indentation level. Or we could just say VDC not. Okay. So VD0. Hey, how's it? Whoa! Holy crap! I see a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, I got you. Hold on. Let me. I gotta finish my thought here. But then I am gonna address what I see you typing. So let's see. No such thing as VP0 down state, right? And then VPC, or sorry, VDC. So viewport downstate C, no such thing as VPC downstate, right? So these things don't actually exist. So we're making these macros strings so that if we try to use these variables in our code, it's going to crash, right? So we're just stating that, like I do in a lot of my code, I want to be explicit about the things that I do not do, as well as the things I do. So it's very easy to be explicit about what you want to do, but being explicit about the things you don't want to ever do is a little bit more tricky. So we're going to say that, you know, there's no such thing as VD0, there's no such thing as VDC, right? But this is the downstate for viewport number 1, right? So this is we need the downstate for viewport 1 if we're going to get a click drag kind of effect. So anyways, let's see what we got here. Do you feel that some people are kind of elitist about programming languages, or like overly purist and judgy, or obsessive about reinventing the wheel of programming? I mean, I'm a judgy asshole sometimes. Like, I mean, it's right tool for the right job, though. So, it's like, it's the right tool for the right job, right? So, like, C, like, I'm doing stuff in C, but that doesn't mean I think that everyone should do stuff in C. Like, if you're doing like, web development, like, you know, I would go with like Node.js, right, and JavaScript all the way for like web development. Some people are crazy and do their web development in like C++, like OkCupid uses C++. You know, or like I've done some stuff in Java. I kind of hate Java, but getting a Java Tomcat server up isn't too bad. It's really clunky, but it's not bad. Once you kind of get used to like how you have to set up your server and whatnot. But let's think about this. Do you feel that some people are kind of elitist? I mean, overly pure. So my big problem, if we want to talk about like purist and judgy, my big problem is people being overly pedantic on Stack Overflow, right? Like I had I think Yuri, or actually Guri, how do we spell it? So this person said they posted like a Wind32 question on Stack Overflow, and they just got downvoted. Like right away, they got downvoted. And like those people can be kind of like, how do I say this? Some people are more. I don't want to say this because then I have to admit this. Looking around, but some people might be more autistic than me. Yeah. So and so you get these very pedantic mofos on Stack Overflow, because it's like, I hate when people ask a question, right? And then you have an answer for a very specific case, right? And you answer for that very specific case because you can't find the answer you're looking for on Stack Overflow, right? So you answer for a very specific case, and then you get marked as a duplicate, and that annoys the hell out of me on Stack Overflow, right? So like, and let's just look at my Stack Overflow, so you don't think I'm like making up shit. Like I'm not like super awesome on Stack Overflow, but if we look at my account for a second, right? Like I'm not a complete noob, right? So 2,000 and change, 2,593, right? Like I'm not a complete noob. It doesn't mean I'm not as awesome as some of these people, but I swear to God, some of these people just have really high scores, because it's like, step 1 to getting credibility on Stack Overflow, develop a framework. Step 2, answer questions on the framework that you designed yourself, right? So that's kind of how I see it sometimes. But yeah, I mean, some people can be kind of, elitist. And yeah, some people can be really elitist. And I mean, I feel like you got to be careful with being elitist, right? Because the smartest person in the world is probably only the smartest person in the world for like a few seconds, right? Like you're talking about like hitting a local maxima, right? So you are the smartest. If you're ever going to be the smartest person in the world somehow, right? Then you're going to be the smartest person in the world for a few seconds before some up-and-comer comes and takes your place. And then a few seconds later, another up-and-comer is going to take your place, etc., etc. So I think you should have some humility to your like level of intelligence, because like besides that, right, intelligence is kind of like multifaceted, right? So so what I'm saying is purely theoretical to say there's like one metric of intelligence. But if there was one metric of intelligence, right, that one person could be the top of it, right? They'd only be it for a few seconds, right? And then after that, it would only last for a few seconds, right? Same thing with like physical prowess, right? Like yeah, sure, maybe there's a competition once a year or whatever, but really you're probably only like the strongest person in the world for like a few seconds before somebody else takes your spot, right? Like, you know, you have like, or with youth, right? You probably have like a maximum level of youth at some point in time, and that only lasts for like a very short time before you're on your decline, right? So you start to grow up, you hit full maturity, and then you start to decline, right? So like a flower, right? Flowers, they bloom and then they start dying, right? There's no, you can't balance a pin on its head, right? So yeah, it's also kind of like a bike race in that you're behind someone, you can get kind of a benefit from their slipstream. Oh yeah, totally. Once you're so advanced in something you're working on that you cannot that you can't go on Stack Overflow and ask questions, right? That kind of sucks, right? Like if you get to the point where you're like at the cutting edge, right? You can't ask any questions. And actually, I have I gotta go find a video now, because now that you mentioned biking, I gotta find something. Let me see first if I can find it in my shortcuts, because that's kind of how I... Oh, actually, I got to reload my shortcuts before I do that. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to try to reload our shortcuts, and this is going to take forever, because things are going to start crashing. I'm probably made I probably have some collisions, but let's go find this in my personal, like, video collection for you. But we're going to put this off screen, because we don't know where we're going to end up in my... I think when you look at chat, it counts you as a viewer. Oh, sweet. So, sweet life. Sweet life hack. There we go. Well, you know what? I'll take that. Yeah. So let me look at. Yeah, that's not my intention of looking at chat. It's just that I am. If you notice, kind of my workflow is very. I have a very minimalistic workflow, right? And so looking at chat is kind of my minimalistic way of like, not only can I not have to figure out how to integrate chat with, yeah, exactly, yeah. Not only do I not have to figure out how to integrate chat with OBS, right? I don't have to figure that out. But also, I get the added benefit of, look how I'm simulating exactly what I am seeing in chat for you. You can see exactly what I see, and I think there's actually a benefit to that as well, so that you can kind of see what I'm looking at, right? And I also like, not to get too political, but like, transparency is the solution to corruption, right? And I'm not saying that I'm trying to stop corruption, but if everyone can see exactly what I'm looking at, I feel like that stops a lot of like telephone games, you know? So max delta, max delta, max delta, max delta, max delta, del max, del max, del max. Okay, so this should be max delta means. I know you can't see what I'm looking at. I'm just fixing my shortcuts here. And then I'm gonna find that biker for you for a second after I get this. That probably also means I made the stupid mistake over here. Min delta. Oh god, how many places did I make this mistake? Min delta, min delta, min delta, min delta. Probably made it with minimum span, minimum span, minimum span. Here, let me just throw this over here for a second so you see what I'm up to. So in my shortcuts, I kind of forgot that this. See how there's this match here and there's a match here, there's a match here, and there's also a match here. So this was supposed to be dash means, right? So this is the shortcut for asking, hey, what the heck does this variable mean? And I totally forgot to, I think I auto-generated a lot of these shortcuts from a little template as I was going through them, and I forgot this part. So this needs to be means. Let's scroll up. Okay, that looks good. Let's try to reload that. And I'm going to put this back on the other screen. And then I'm going to, last call to lift weights. Oh, crap. So what time is it? I have... jumps. So I might have to take a break first, but I want to find that video first before I take a break. But I'm going to have to take a break because I'm trying to make sure I get all my exercise in. So let's put this over here. What do we got crashing here? This is gonna. This is paste AAC 2020 boilerplate. So I can read backwards very well because my shortcuts are loaded backwards because of how it makes it easy to search through the queue of pressed letters and find the longest match. It just makes sense to store everything backwards. So AAC 2020 boilerplate, paste that, and we see this. And we see it here, 2021-0301. Okay, we're gonna delete the newest one. And then we're gonna look at this and say, hey, does that already exist? Okay. And then we'll try to rerun, reload this script. Okay, so I swear to God I'm gonna find this for you. It's just like, reloading my shortcuts can really suck sometimes. So let's try to be very careful about how we go through our E drive. Okay, so let's go in here. Okay, we don't have any thumbnails. That's good. So we're not gonna accidentally make this a not safe for work stream. Okay, so inside videos folder. Okay, we're outside of the unsafe zone. I believe all this stuff should be work safe. Okay, good. I think it was on Imgur that I had the video. 2021. Yes, this video. Okay, hold on. Let me fix this one thing in my shortcuts, and then I'll go Frog Techno, yes. Frog Techno. Frog Techno. How about this Frog Techno? Frog Techno, already a shortcut there. How about Frog _ Techno? Is that already a thing? Okay, hold on. I'm almost there. I just gotta fix some stuff. It's Wednesday. And okay, so let's try to reload that. Okay, let's go. Let's just click this, and then maybe I'll since I'm kind of waiting for stuff to get working, I'll throw this up on I'll reload this up to YouTube or something. So this is ridiculous here, because you're talking about just. Oh, sorry. Also, he's instantly dead if he hits his head, but I'm gonna guess that person's smart enough to know the risks of what they're doing. Okay, anyways, I'm gonna close that. Yeah, why don't I load that up to YouTube really quick? Put it in my list of I have a list of. Yeah, that is crazy. Yeah, I have some. Yep, Frog Techno. Yes. Oh God, yeah, you can read things backwards. So so hopefully nothing NSOW pops up. So there's not as much, most of my shortcuts are pretty much safe for work, but there are some unsafe for work things. But those unsafe for work things very rarely pop up, just because, most of the time I'm spending actually coding. Yeah, that's right. That I usually label something NSFW URL. Is usually what I label things like that, or something NSW, yeah. Pro tip for anyone who is engaging and doing that thing the internet was made for, which is cats and that other thing. If the video has the actual name of the person in it, then I would save it, because that stuff usually gets deleted off the internet quite quick, right? Because that's just the way things work. Just pro tip for you. But yeah, let's since we're waiting, let's just go to YouTube for a second. Let's go take that video and try to upload it, because it's like one of those things where you know, sometimes I find videos on, like, I hate Facebook videos. Like, Facebook videos are the worst thing ever. Also, this is stupid, right? So, I'm using Torch, which is a Chromium-based web browser. So, it's like, improve your experience. You want to see what Chrome looks like for a second? Let's actually look what Chrome looks like for a second. Because this is complete BS. So, this type of browser war BS annoys the heck out of me. So let's look at what this actual page looks like on Chrome, right? So on their browser. So not on... So this is a Chromium-based browser called Torch. But let's look at what that looks like on their browser, right? Let's see how well that works out for us, right? So, So here is this is in Chrome, and like if I click this, do you see a problem here? Because I see a problem here. So description. Oh, there it is. There's the description. So I have a dark theme on Windows, and for whatever reason now a lot of browsers are like, oh, I see you have a dark theme on your Windows. Let me display the web page as it was not intended. This makes me angry. You know what else makes me angry? A lot of software also decides to half-ass support a dark theme, and then some software I try to run also does this bullshit. So just because I have a high contrast Windows theme, no, like just because like what I choose to do personally with my personal desktop, I feel like you're invading my privacy a little bit. Like I have preferences that I want on my desktop, but don't reaching into what I have on my desktop and then changing the way the website displays. Like, how do you know that's how I want to see things? Because I guarantee this is not how I want to see things. So this is complete shit right here. This is complete shit, and this is actually a supported web browser, right? Like when I went to this, it didn't say, "Oh, use one of our supported browsers." No, this is Chrome, right? And then, but if we go into, oh, skip to YouTube Studio. No, I know what I'm doing. Oh, I'll take the risk. Yeah, I'll take the risk. I'll use this unsupported browser to improve, that doesn't improve my experience. Yes, I'll do that thing. And then we go over here, and then if we look at, if we try to look at, can we find some of, oh, this is the wrong account. Hold on. So we're on a different browser. So that is actually my burner account. So, you know, like whenever I say something horrible on the internet that could get me in trouble, I use that one. So don't cancel me. But anyways, let's use this. I may have more than one burner account. So let's make sure that I don't accidentally show my password really quick. So let's do J's. Oh, let's not say that out loud. Okay, let's try that. Okay, so here is, we're gonna go look at YouTube Studio. Let's go hit upload video really quick. And then let's go back down here, right? So they're like all like, so here is my unsupported browser, right? Okay, let's go look at this. Oh wow, that looks so much better, and it's the unsupported browser, right? So this is a Chromium-based browser. It's like it's called Torch, and it works great. because it doesn't reach into my personal desktop settings and try to change how things are displayed and then do a half-assed job and then I can't see anything. So the browser wars are still here. Like, if you thought the browser wars were gone, no, they are still here. They're still here, as far as I'm concerned. So, to follow up with, like, your question of, like, hold on, let me go back up here. Where are we? Some people are kind of elitist. Well, I'm being kind of elitist right now. Like, I'm saying, you know, I really like Chrome's debugger, but holy shit, what's going on with YouTube and that bullshit right there, like, makes me angry. It makes me want to do horrible things. But it looks like it's just not inverting the text color. It's because I have a high contrast. So what it's doing is it's looking at my high contrast settings, and the default background, you know, like in Microsoft Word, the default background is set to default. It's not set to white, right? So the default text color is default. It's not black, right? So what it's doing is from what I understand, is it's just saying, oh, the default background, because I have high contrast, is black, right? So it's just like toggling it's saying, oh, use their default background for their settings, right? And the default background for me is black, but then it's not using a default foreground, so it's making black on black. So you say, it looks like it's just not inverting the text color. Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, that's basically right? So it's basically using the background color from my settings on my desktop, but then not doing the same thing for the text color, right? So yes, you get black on black, and it's completely stupid. And so it's telling me, for a better experience, use Chrome, and I get a worse experience than I do using an unsupported browser. I literally had one of my Google accounts suspended for saying some, well, hopefully they can't, what do you call it? Hopefully their AI isn't good enough to parse what I'm saying with my mouth right now. But yeah, they can be, right? They got rid of their "Do No Evil" slogan. They support killer robots now. They're still the best search engine, right? They're just evil. But like, I'm not the best person either, anyways. Like, you know, like. But right, because if I was really a good person, I would not use what do you call it? I would not use Google out of like what do you call it? I would not use Google out of like conscientious objection, right? But like, most of us aren't like Neuralink. I think that's probably the best way to combat what do you call it? I want to say, I don't want to get too political. Very nationalistic. Oh man. I think that if you don't figure out how to integrate humans with electronics, right? If you don't figure out how to upgrade humans, like, I mean, maybe we don't have to upgrade humans that way. Maybe we could have a biological upgrade, but yeah, if we do not figure out how to upgrade humans, we're not going to have that. Like, we've already proven that as we get better technology, that we're not getting to a point where we work less and less, right? We're still working the same amount. It's just that the people at the top of corporations get more profits, right? So it's the same thing. Once we get like AI, once we get androids that can like do work, that's not going to create a utopia that stops us from having to work. It's just going to mean that they're going to take our jobs. So, and the request timed out. What is this? Even about 8 months.
Hide behind the shelf. Wait. Wait. Now. Now, while you have the advantage.
Come here! Come here to rip me off, huh? Wait. It's you. I don't know how you found me. But you shouldn't be here. You killed my wife. No, I didn't do that. That was someone else. Doesn't matter!
You need to be a little faster.
Why are you making me do this?
Let me know if you need my help, Gray.
Stop! Help!
I need your permission to operate independently.
Permission granted!
Thank you.
Okay, Stem, what are we doing, man?
Just relax.
Oh, God, dear! Oh, look, man, stay down, please. Please don't get up. Please don't get up. Please. Stay down, man. Sam, he's got a knife! Sam!
I can see that.
You stabbed him! Trying to piss him off? Okay. All right, so what's the plan? What are we doing? Stop him!
You now have full control again, Gray. I advise that you remove any traces of your presence here. That also means cleaning up the vomit in the sink.
Okay, just give me a second, okay?
1 second has passed.
Look, I didn't mean a second. I just mean hold on, okay? I gotta think. I can't let you do the thinking for me right now. I just killed somebody.
I feel like you could use... like an insanity plea. Like you could plea, you know, it was a late night and you were doing some things on some shady websites and now you have a problem, right? Like, you know, your McAfee wasn't updated, right? Yeah. Okay, let's see what else we got. We have Chainsaw Tiger? Yes, Chainsaw Tiger. I gotta go find that shortcut now. I have some weird shortcuts. You mean Chainsaw Tiger. Let's go find that. This is why I did not want to have to reload these. Oh, well, Chainsaw Tiger. Sure. Tiger Chainsaw. Is that a thing? Okay, yeah, so let's reload again. Your Honor, I hadn't got the latest Java update. That's why I committed tax evasion. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty cool. What else we got here? Is there anything I missed here while we were ranting? Yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, good and evil are, like, sometimes I say evil, but, right, good and evil are rough approximations of reality. But in English, if you want to talk in terms of ways people will understand us, I use the word good and evil. But I'm actually kind of a moralist in terms of, like, I think that there's really more of just cause and effect rather than there is good and evil. Right, like, is a psychopath evil, or are they just a psychopath, right? But yeah, I mean, that is until it becomes mandatory. Oh yes, mandatory, oh yes, actually, mandatory NS. Oh, actually, maybe we shouldn't type that out. Yes, maybe we shouldn't type that out. You know, so have you ever heard that, sometimes, say things like, yeah, that is, like, complete crap. And, I mean, that's obviously the most, hyperbolic way you can say it, but there's plenty of other things that are kind of, like, not that extreme, right? There's a gradient of things from just little things to very big things, right? Or, like, maybe, you know, right, like, getting struck by lightning is, like, a rare thing, right? Getting struck by lightning is a rare thing, but it happens, right? So, being in the wrong place at the wrong time can also happen to people, right? So, imagine that you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, but then not only are you in the wrong place at the wrong time, but then they go through your Google search history and they find that you've been looking up how to, like, make, you've been looking up how to make, like, rapidly expanding, like, maybe you've been looking up, like, this on the internet. You've been looking up that kind of thing on the internet. Obviously not that word, but you've been looking up something like that. And then you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, and you've been looking up things like that, and now you're in trouble, right? And, like, when I was a kid, like, I would go up north, and we would, do a lot of things with stuff like that, right? We would do a lot of things with stuff like that, and it was good fun, right? Like, especially with, like, model rockets, filling those up with certain materials, and then launching them, and having them never come back, right? We did it with coconuts, filled coconuts with certain things, and put fuses in them. Yeah, exactly, right? But the thing is that if I were in the wrong place at the wrong time, and they knew that I liked doing stuff like that, right? if I was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and then they know I like doing stuff like that, do you think that they're going to be like, oh, it's just a coincidence? Or are they going to think, oh, now we definitely have the right guy, right? They'd be like, oh, yeah, we definitely have the right guy. So if I was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and they realized that that was the kind of stuff I was into, then a jury would probably also think the same thing, and I would be in jail for the rest of my life, right? So don't talk to, so first of all, don't talk to police, right? Because they are not your friends, and you're just going to get yourself in trouble. Yeah, like everything. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, that's exactly the point, right? Anything that you say or do can and will be used against you, right? You gotta extend that to your internet search history, right? Unfortunately, right? So it's like, yeah, freedom of speech and all that stuff, but just because we have freedom of speech doesn't mean you don't want to be careful about some of the things you're saying, because it could get you in horrible trouble. Okay, crazy assembly. Try open it works folder, or sorry, I am still trying to fix my shortcuts here. Open it works folder. Okay, so is that fixed yet? And then I'm gonna get back to this, but I just gotta I just have so much kind of crazy stuff here that I have to find. Crazy assembly. So I have like a snippet of assembly code for something, but then it's also a shortcut for something else that's like a YouTube video. So crazy assembly could be a YouTube video of probably assembly code, or it could be an assembly code snippet. So it's probably, let me go look at what this is for a second. I bet this is like Creole assembly code stuff.
Okay, g'day all and welcome to another video. So for today, I've waited for Watch Mojo to do this top 10, but they just won't do it. So I decided what I do it myself. You know, they call x86 a complex instruction set, and I tell you what, complex it is. This is the top 10 craziest x86 assembly language instructions. Okay, before we get started, I just want to set down just a couple of rules.
So I don't know much assembly, but like I know very minimal assembly. Like I could not write assembly to save my life, right? I would have to like reference stuff to like write assembly, right? But I've watched a lot of videos, I've done a few tutorials, but I don't nearly know enough assembly to actually be proficient in it. And that's only because I had to write like one line of assembly code in my code base. Crazy assembly. Oh, we already changed that, didn't we? Crazy assembly. Okay, yeah, so that should be good. Let's reload this. Yeah, yeah, it's not like, I can actually show you that. Let's go find that. While we're trying to wait for stuff to reload, let's go find that assembly code, since we're, like, here. Why don't we just, oh, you're here, I'm here, let's go find it. So, inside of my dependencies folder, I have a thing called pub 2020, and pub stands for pub walk. So, there is a thing called the pub, and, it's how, I like C++ mainly, though I end up using C# a bunch for university core stuff. Got ya. So all executables actually exist in a file structure, right? And that file structure is known as the PEB. And I think that stands for Process Environment Block. So there's actually like a file structure wrapper that wraps your executable code. And then the PEB has like a thing that makes sure that if you try to run it in DOS mode, it says like this is not a valid DOS program or something like that. But anyways, if we look at the target here and we look at Windows 10 x64, we'll go find that assembly code. So this code is complete bonkers, by the way. So there's no headers, right? So I was trying to get if you've ever wondered how you were going to use like load library and get proc address and not use windows.h to get those, well, the first thing is you have to do some debugging to get very specific memory offsets into certain structs. And like I don't remember what all this stuff is, but it looks like these are the relative offsets. So virtual address is probably the, I'm going to guess maybe that's the first member of image data directory. And then inside of optional headers, the relative address to data directory is this offset. Right, so I'm collecting all these different offsets, right, in these comments, right? And so rather than including any header files, I like manually debugged and kind of figured out like where these different relative offsets are. And I if you think you really know pointers and referencing, if you really think you know pointers and dereferencing, I will tell you, until you've actually tried to walk a whole bunch of data structures using offsets like this, you may think you know pointers better than you actually know pointers. But let's go find like ASM for a second. I bet we can find it if we just, yeah. So this is the only assembly I have. So in my whole project, so it's inline assembly, and all we're doing is we're using a certain so this GS register or is it a register? So there's different like memory segments. And this is like, I forgot what GS is for, but it's like a certain memory segment. And then within this memory segment, we want to get this relative address within this GS segment. And that's going to give us the base address of the thing called the PEB for the x64, right? So GS60, right? So if we want to go look at that for a second, let's see if we have a URL for that. Oh, wait, we're reloading our shortcuts. I can't show you that. What if we just type GS60 and see what happens? I'm going to guess that it's not going to work. How about GS60 PEB file? Let's try that. Oh, whoa. I just saw it. Calling kernel 32 DLL function without including window. Oh, is this my answer? It might be my answer. GS60. This is probably just my answer. Oh, maybe it's somebody else's answer. No, I think this is my answer. Yeah, I have 0 upvotes, but I actually have an actual example of how to do it. So it's like, F you, but, you know. The thing is, I'm late to the party, right? I'm very late to the party, right? So a lot of answers, I come very late to the party. But it's like, if I go somewhere and I, like, figured out how to do something awesome, right? Alright, kernel 32 is guaranteed to be loaded, right? So, a lot of these answers are good here, but no one gives an actual answer with an actual implementation. So here I come around 9 years later, and no one's going to ever see this. No one's going to scroll down this low, but, right, if you want to actually know how to do it, right, I got the actual assembly code for it. I have kind of like something that's going to help in WinDebug to, like, find the offset values for yourself. And then I even have, you know, the code base in my engine and the, you know, where I'm actually using this. So you want to look at for PEB 2020 inside this library, and you can find the exact code, and you can actually run it yourself. So I think a lot of the things that I answer on Stack Overflow is like, if I have like a really good answer for something, I'll answer something that, you know, wasn't asked for years and years and years, right? Yeah, exactly. So it's like I have a lot of what I have is very slow burn. I don't know what the terminology for it, but you could say I have like slow burn credibility on Stack Overflow, right? Because it's like that answer I think will eventually reap some type of reward, but it's not going to happen right away, right? So a lot of things I answer, it's like because they're very old questions, R button... Yeah, because they're very old questions, it's very rare that I'm going to get an answer, I'm going to get any credibility right away. R button down. Uh-huh. Oh, I see. How about this? Okay, let's go over here. Hold on. So, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So there's this value here. Okay. Did I also do WM button, R button down? This is taking forever. This is taking forever to do. But yeah, 9 years, right? So it's like, yeah, but, yeah, I just answer, like, a whole bunch of stuff like that. And, usually when I answer stuff like that, like, here's the thing with Stack Overflow. Let's go back to that answer really quick. Did I use this browser? Do I want to look at my history? So, okay, let's look at this. Like, I think that I have, like, a pretty good answer, right? I have a pretty good answer. I have actual code, right? I have kind of explanations of what's going on. I'm not an expert here, but I have enough explanations where I'm adding some sort of value that I think is better than, I mean, not better, right? There's, some of these people have, like this answer has some good stuff in it that, well, let's upload that. This answer has some good stuff in it that, that I don't have, right? Like, I think they have a better grasp of terminology, right? They have a better grasp of terminology. A lot of people have a lot better grasp of terminology, right? Because I'm a hands-on kind of person, so my terminology can kind of just suck, right? But I think when you're looking at these questions that I do have something unique to offer, but I almost guarantee that the first vote on this question is going to be a down vote. Like, I almost guarantee that the first person who scrolls upon this is just going to downvote it for whatever reason, because people are kind of like a-holes on Stack Overflow, right? But you can't get what do you call it? Don't make the mistake of, like, if you just get, like, some downvotes, like, you want to hold out. Like, you can always remove a question later, but usually you want to hold out a little bit, because sometimes you get, like, these initial haters who will, like, downvote you, but then, like, other people who come by and will actually find it useful. So, like, if you get a downvote on Stack Overflow, don't, like, immediately delete your answer, because sometimes, like, other people will come around and upvote it. And you'll actually end up getting more upvotes than downvotes, but the downvotes usually come first. That's just my advice on that. Okay. So, anyways, we're gonna upload that thing to YouTube, right? We're gonna upload that bike video while we're waiting for kind of my shortcuts to reload. For, you know, we've been waiting for like oh god, I got 20 more minutes to do all my push-ups and jump on the trampoline, so I have to take a break because I got to do that stuff. So let's just say countdown timer. So we have like 20 minutes before. Let's give it 15 minutes because we don't have much time. We got to do all those push-ups, and I will be back when this timer goes down. Let me look at my my thing here. So push-ups. For 100 jumps. So I'll be back when that goes to 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay, squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Dumbbells. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Switch grips. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, switch grips. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, trampoline, and then I'm... Okay, I gotta go outside. I'll be back. Trampoline. How much time do I got? How much time do I got? Okay, I'm gonna get some water or something. Sandwich. Is any good? I'm gonna wait for that to go down. We're gonna wait till we get to 300 per day before we resort to that. While we're waiting for the timer to go down, I'm going to try to upload that video. Oh, cool, my shortcuts are reloaded, so that's cool. Okay, so well, I was on my break, so I just did all my push-ups, and then I finished uploading some stuff to YouTube. Let me move some stuff around. Okay, so luckily all my shortcuts are reloaded. Like the last correction that I had to do was kind of like right before I left to do push-ups, so that's cool. So I can put this chat window back up here so that I can start looking at that code and figure out some stuff here. Okay, so anyways, let's stop looking at this assembly craziness. Yeah, it's ridiculous, crazy stuff, right? So I made little operations, like stacks of operations to get to certain things. So like I have a little array here, and different, like I've made kind of like pseudo assembly code, right? So like to get to I forgot what this, I think this means integer, and right, so I think that S is for seek, so I want to seek to this relative offset here, and then I believe this is like a null terminator for the instruction set. Yeah, crazy. There's just crazy there is crazy stuff going on in there. Let's just close this. So yeah, so we were over here and we're like, hey, let's make a variable on our texture memory to store the viewport during the down position, right? And so here's where we're going to put this. And then the next thing is we need to go over here and make that variable, right? So so this variable here, PAINT5D VD1, we have this thing here, so let's kind of put it here because it makes more sense here. So we're going to say const U08, and it's going to P5D, the PAINT5D system VD1, right? So to do wire up, these are already wired up. So viewport canvas. This is viewport dest. Viewport off screen. This is off screen or data. Off screen data, and then this is viewport VP1 down, right? So mouse down for viewport 1, right? And viewport 1 is the off-screen viewport that we're kind of looking. It's the dataset viewport that we want to do stuff over. So now let's go find these other things, right? Let's go find these. And we should be assigning them somewhere. So right here, so we're just going to make an addition, right? So we're going to say dot P5D viewport down 1 equals, and then it's going to be this thing, but instead of VP1, it's going to be VD1, right? So this thing right here. And this is just the easiest way I can think of a place to put this variable, right? So it's the easiest place I could think to put the variable, and also it means that the shader code can be aware. We can make the shader code aware of the mouse down position for this viewport, which could come in handy when we want to do some polishing for how the shader needs to look. Okay, so now that we have that, we actually have to put, we have to be able to do the put commands for when the mouse is down, right? So we have to go into the PAINT5D system, right? We got to go into PAINT5D. And inside of PAINT5D functions, we should have like a mouse input function, right? So it should be called like MAUIN for mouse input. And if we look at that, we see, oh yeah, here's a mouse input handler. Yes, this is mouse input handler stuff. And we see on mouse click, bounds check. And we want odd mouse click, we want like on mouse down, right? So we want something for on mouse down. On mouse scroll, on mouse click outer main, mouse input. Okay, so right over here is kind of like where we're calling this. We got on mouse clicking, on mouse scroll, and now we want like a mouse drag for the left mouse, right? So let's just say that actually no, we want mouse dot. We want the down position. We want the down position for. So go into Moutemp for a second and look at that data. And the data we want to look at is the down. So is mouse down for the right mouse button, right? So we'll want that. So if this is in its true state, right? Non-primary mouse down. So this is drag store drag start variables here. So this is where this is the point in which we're going to store drag start variables, right? So it's gonna be like, I don't know what we're gonna call this, AAC 2020 PAINT5D mouse input OD2 outer main, and we'll say OD2 is going to stand for OD2 on down 2. So OD2 and then so down 2 equals the left mouse button, right? So OD2 will stand for on down 2 for on mouse button down 2, right? So then what we can do here is we have like these functions here, and we're just going to add this code above the mouse input stuff, right? We don't want to use any forward declarations, so that way we have kind of definite order where things can go. And we'll just say this is, we want to keep the same structure as the other functions. So we're going to have this mouse object pointer. And in here is where I want to do the work, right? So, so we're going to say, the first thing we can do is just assert that if mao.is m2d less than or equal to 0, or let's do int32 for a second. And it's less than or equal to 0. Error OD2 equals on down 2 equals on mouse left button down. Right, so this function should only be called when the non-primary mouse button is down, right? So we're just making an assert for this case, right? And then what we want to do is we just want to store So in Tau Depot, right, this is where we have these things here. We want to look at, not Tau Depot, but, well, actually, no, Tau Depot, but the functions, yeah. So we have this put thing here, right? So this put here, what we're going to do here is, let's say U32X0, right? Let's steal all this for a second. So we got X's and Y's, zeros and ones, right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to do the get function first, right? So we're going to steal this getter, right? And we want viewport down 1, right? VD1, right? Actually, no. My bad. We want VP1, right? So we can make a VP1 means. We can make a note of this, right? Like, right? So we can say, get off-screen so the off-screen data viewport is also the camera viewport, right? Like if you want to, off-screen data viewport sounds like, that's pretty abstract, right? Like it's like, what the hell do you mean by that, right? So we'll double label, we're going to double label the section, right? So if you don't know exactly what that means, you can refer to the AKA, right? So AKA, right? So that's what this is. So VP1 is the off-screen data viewport, right? And then what we're going to do is copy into downstate store drag start initial state. So we want to store the drag start initial state, right? And the drag start initial state, where all we got to do is we just have to copy this from one thing and put it somewhere else. So we're going to use, instead of a get, we're going to do a put, right? And instead of VP1, it's going to be VD1, right? So it's, so this is P5D VP1, and then we're going to load it into P5D VD1, right? So we're going from here to here, right? So we might want to make a note of that. And then over here, what are we doing? Well, over here, we're taking this, right? And we're loading it into, you know, X0, X1, Y0, Y1, right? Right? We're taking this and we're loading it into these variables right here, right? And then eventually, we're going to take that stuff there, right? And we're going to load it into here, right? So we could, yeah, let's just keep the comment like this, right? So we can see this, if we highlight this and highlight this, we can easily see how the data is kind of connected, right? How the path of things is connected. Also, this is a put command. This is a get, this is a put, right? So we want to change these, right? So we want to change these. We don't want to put the ands around them, right? So there we go. We got the down state, right? We got the down state for on mouse down, right? So, okay. So now that we have this down state, well, it's going to be like, well, we want to know when this goes up, right? So we want to eventually, once the mouse goes up, we want to know what the up state is. So in order to figure that out, we gotta go we need to store a variable for the for this, right? We gotta know we want to know the drag. We want to know the drag start, and we want to know the drag. We want to know the drag start, right? So, so we have this for this, but then we also want to store. We just want to store it in Tau Depot. I think it would be nice if we could store as much of this stuff in Tau Depot. Right, instead of making extra variables, we can just say something like, well, hold on. Stash drag start state, or so let's try to reorganize this a little bit better, because I'm feeling like this isn't organized as well as I want to have it organized. So that we want to store the drag start state, right? And it's just not the viewport, right? It's other things as well. So really what we want to do is we want to... Let's put these operations right next to each other. And... So the off-screen data viewport is also known as the camera viewport, right? Alright, so we want to take this and we want to store it in here like that. So we're going to get it and then we're going to put it, right? But then we also want to do something for... we also want to do something similar for the position at which the mouse down happened, right? So we want to say like we want to know where the screen coordinates were. Do you want to know where the screen coordinates are, or what kind of coordinates do we want here? We want to store like the pixel X, pixel Y location, right? Because the camera is in terms of pixels. Yeah, the camera is always in terms of pixels, so... let me think about this. So we're going to need. So let's figure out the state in terms of pixels, right? But we have to account for the zoom level, right? So if we're zoomed in really deep, we want like a the camera's going to have this snappiness to how it pans, just because of the nature of what we're doing. So let's make note of that, right? So store words, store mouse okay. So the mouse down coordinates, oops. Okay, so the mouse down coordinates should already be put into the actual mouse. So Gina Mao should already have done this. So this library, Gina Mao, should have already done this. So the window code mouse code. So the mouse code functions for the window code is what this is. That should have already stored the mouse down coordinates, and those should be in here. So So let's go look at that for a second, right? So Mao dot DAO D2X equals pix M2X, right? So if or Mao okay. So the down state right now, this down state should be synced with the current position, right? Because it's the first time we do that mouse down, those two things should be synced up exactly, right? If they're not synced up exactly, then our delta code isn't going to work, right? So we don't need to store this, but we can at least assert what needs to be happening here, right? So vid IID, the video number is, let me close this, I have too many things open. The video number here is 163, right? So 0163, and the time is 2:03 and 12. But let's make it 13 just because I like numbers like that. Okay, so assert valid configuration upon the mouse down state being entered, right? So we just want to assert that if we do this, right, if we're inside of this mouse down function, then we're expecting that the mouse down has just happened, and that the mouse down X position should be matching the pixel X position, and the mouse down Y position should be matching this pixel position right here, right? So let's make sure that matches for the right mouse. Okay. So now that we have all this nice stuff, the next thing is, let's just make sure that this looks correct, right? So it's coming from here. Okay, cool, cool, cool. And then we want to know when mouse up has just happened, right? So when has mouse up happened, right? So we're going to the easiest way to do this would be that the mouse up state, right? Down and up, we just want the mouse up event to, like, we don't want it to be a continuous state, right? We want the mouse down to be like this one thing that happens once, and then we want the mouse up to be this one thing that happens once, and then once it's fired once, it's over, right? So what we're going to do here is we're going to say, you know, if, and I don't know if this is the way we work with our other mouse code, but that's why we kind of separated this into this MD2 thing so that we could do this, right? So non-primary mouse up, right? And resolve dragging code if needed. Okay, so in here we're going to take this code here, and we're going to call this outer main. We're going to put mouse in here, and then instead of on down 2, we're going to go OU2 for on up 2, right? And then we'll make a comment right here. We'll say, you know, OU2 on up 2, and then up is, right, what is up though? So up is going to be, god damn it. I just do not know my right and left. Left, right. This is right mouse button, right? And this right here is not the left mouse button. This is also the right mouse button. So this is why I named them mouse 1 and mouse 2, because I just can't do this. So over here, we have all this code here. And now we want to just paste this new function here. We don't want to use forward declarations, so we put it here. We want to keep this kind of same signature here, so let's just say right here we're going to return 0. And then over here, int32, and it's going to take the mouse pointer. So mouse pointer called mow, and we're going to return 0 as well here. And we'll have the nice little divider line between our functions. And now we have kind of where we want to resolve the mouse stuff, right? Now this doesn't actually exist here, right? We have this is mouse down, but we thought, oh hey, we don't need a mouse up flag because mouse up mouse up is just the inverted state of mouse down, and that's not actually the case now, right? So IO8 is MU2, right? So is MU, but right button, number 2. And is this true? Do we actually have one of these things at MU? Yeah, we actually have an MU here, right? So, Okay, so very important here. Let's make this like 13. Okay. It's very important here that these are not inverses of each other. Okay? So, it may seem like it, but the mouse down and the mouse up flags, they're not inverses of each other. They are, we're going to fix that. But they're not inverses of each other because we want the mouse down to fire like once, and then we want the mouse up to fire once, and that's how we know when to resolve the dragging, right? Or let me think about that. Yeah, they're not necessarily inverses of each other. We'll figure this out as we go. I mean, some of this is just going to take some time. But yeah, they're not necessarily inverses of each other. Let's just make sure of that. So in GenaMouse, let's go over in here for a second. We had read native mouse event, and we have the left mouse, then we have this right mouse. Well, in some cases they might be. Oh, I see. I see what we're doing here. So right here, mouse up event is not inverse of mouse up flag is not inverse of the mouse down flag. It is fired once upon release of our dragging state. So yeah. So we're just going to say this, right? This is just set equal to itself because I just want to make a note that this is not inverted, right? And then we can see it inverted here, but it's not necessarily an inversion, right? So okay. So we have that in there. We have to kind of figure out this stuff here. Right, so we might as well just get like a click drag that kind of does something and then fix it, right? So the problem we're going to have here Resolve drag state. So actually, as I look at this, we don't do anything here, right? So we want the dragging to be, to resolve this drag state, we don't actually want to do anything here, right? Because we should have been updating the whole time, right? So so what are we gonna do to fix that, right? Well, what we could do, let's go in here for a second. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. First of all, we need to make absolutely sure we know when on mouse down is fired. When is mouse down fired? Win32, right? So let's figure out how that's fired. So the question is, when the mouse is down, is it just fired once, or is it kind of like fired a whole bunch of other times? And I don't know, and that's gonna really change how I do this. When does mouse down hold mouse Win32? If we hold the mouse down, so I think it just happens once. I think it just happens once. And so, okay, I think it just happens once. So what we're going to do here is in our we're gonna say mouse down event just happened. Okay, we're gonna make a variable called this. And then over here, right, we're gonna just say, over here, we're just gonna say, you know, IO8 equals 0, right? So this mouse, actually, let's just say, let's change that to something else. Let's say let's call it, where the hell am I? Left mouse. Right mouse, left and right, can't get it. We're gonna say first time drag button initial drag start flag. So the initial drag start flag is this, right? So So this is our drag start flag. It's this thing, right? So this thing, the first time, right? This down flag, put it right here. We're gonna call it first time. Call it first time. First time MD2, right? So this variable right here. And what we'll do here is, right, first time MD2. And then we're going to let's take these. Let's take these variables for a second. Okay. So after all of this switchy stuff, non-switchy, after switch. So this is after the switch code. there may be some things we want to do. But hold on. No, not here. Delete that. This is... what? This is like an event handler. Read native mouse event, right? So... we want to go into GinaWin, right? And... right, so all these cases here, right? So here's our message switch here, right? We got all this stuff here. Return this result, whatever. This is the default case. Is this still the switch? No, this is the switch. So right here is after the switch. So this needs to be after the switch. Alright, we're going to tie this to the window update. So, in here... oh, but if we're over here, then we're going to have to... Okay, fair enough. So... yeah, that's kind of ugly. Keep track of number of frames. Now, do we want to do this, or do we want to say, yeah, I guess that's the easiest way, isn't it? Or we could do... we could do DS drag start 2, right? We could do DS2 for drag start 2. Not drag start. So not drag start and mouse 2 is down. So something like this, right? So if the mouse is down and it's not drag start, right? Drag start is less than or equal to 0, then the mouse down, right, is already greater than 0. We're going to increment this, right? So we know how long it's been down for, right? And then over here, this variable here, let's go into the functions. And this drag start flag, we're going to comment this out, right? We're going to comment this out for a second. Because we're going to use Right, we're going to use this. Right. So, where we find this first time thing, we're just going to say, on the right button down, that's DS2, the drag start 2 is going to start, right? Now, when the button goes up, then the drag start is definitely over, right? The drag start is going to be, this definitely sets this to 0, right? So this is definitely not drag start, right? We need something else to flag drag start as not being true, right? Because as we're looping through here, no, we don't want to flag it there. So where do we flag drag start as ending? We don't want to flag it here because it already got flagged. We want to unflag it eventually. And I think that it would make sense to, not in here, but in our functions file, in our main function files, right, in here, you have like mouse input. And this is our mouse input function, PAINT5D mouse in, right, okay. Handle input mouse, active editor read mouse, right? So this thing right here. Reset certain one-time mouse flags. So in here, there are certain like one-time mouse flags, right? And one of those mouse flags is this thing, right? That is kind of meh. Do we want to set that here? Because that means that if we stop reading mouse input, then the flags will not be correct, right? Like if we shut off mouse input, if we stop reading mouse input, then these flags, let's not worry about that right now. Okay. So this thing here, and then mouse dot what do we call it in the not, if in the mouse temporary, we're gonna call it we're gonna set it in both spots right now. And I don't know if that's the best way to do this. Might not be the best way to do this, right? Yeah, we need to set this somewhere else. This one right here, we need to set this somewhere else, right? Because we might want to like reuse the same mouse object. But we might want to do this somewhere else. So let's look at where this is coming from for a second. Handle input mouse. So here's where we're actually filling this stuff out here, right? So the object has expired. And then we also want to reset the state of certain flags. Right, so in here is where we're going to not do this, but we're going, this is kind of ugly, but right. So this thing here, right? So we have this code here, right? Let's do 52. So we have this here, right? And it's not this, right? So this thing here is commented out here, right? And then also in here, or over here, we have the inverse problem, right? So the inverse, right? We'll comment this out, right? So we have this in two places, right? One of them we use the file scope variable, and in the other one we use this, which is kind of like, that's a little bit wonky, but that'll have to do, right? So let's do 52 again. 35, 52. Yeah. So we have, at this time, we have reset certain one-time mouse flags. We have that in two places, right? We have it here, inside where we're handling the active editor read mouse, right? And we're gonna actually invalidate the state of this object directly, right? And then over here, we're doing the same thing, but we're doing the file scope variable. And that probably won't have any impact on us right now, but it could fix some bugs for later when we try to wire in some automation into this. That's ugly, but for now, let's just stick to it, right? So this right here, we want a let's call it int 08. And we want to call it is downstate, or not downstate, drag start to, right? Right, so this is drag start to right here. Okay, and then we want the same thing. Let's go look at iMouse for a second. So MD2, M2D. We need another thing for IO8, AAC 2020, iMaubox, and we want M2U, right? The mouse up. So this is mouse up, non-primary, number 2. Right. So that's not anywhere. Is it not anywhere? Yeah, it's not anywhere. This is the right mouse button, right? The secondary mouse button variables. And we also want something called IO8 and it's going to be drag start. So DS2, right? Drag start to we'll just call it drag start to. Okay, so this is the drag start variable. And we want to just know when that happens, right? We want to know when the drag start happens. Okay. So DS2, right? So if we look into Gina Mouse, right, drag start happens when the right button is down, right? And then when the right mouse button is up, then drag start is definitely not a thing anymore, right? But we have another problem, which is that we want to set this somewhere else. So in this function file here, we see drag start 2 is being set to, so handle input mouse. Um, 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 it's not really clear, it's not really clearing the inputs. It's, we call it unspam input. So handle input mouse, and then down here we're just gonna say, does it take anything? Unspam input mouse. And then we're going to throw this in here. So there is a reason for this. So portions of mouse input object need to be validated. Um, okay, so portions of mouse input object need to be invalidated. Each cycle, each frame of the game. Not everything, not necessarily everything, but for example, drag start only happens on exactly one frame. So here we do I see. That is kind of wonky. Hmm. Okay, I think I know how we're gonna handle this. We're going to comment this out. I think I know how we're gonna do it. Let's put this one back in. Let's comment this one out as well. And we're gonna say mouse.expired, right? So mouse dereference yeah. It's on my clipboard. So we're gonna unspam the mouse and we have unspam mouse input. So we're gonna change some things around quite a bit here. This thing's actually gonna take a mouse pointer, right? And handle input mouse. We're going to create a instead of this being this, it's going to be a mouse object, and then we're going to say AAC 2020. Copy copy object. Copy file scope, or copy global. Oh, copy globals. I know I'm trying to, like, make everything line up, and it's like... So create, like, copy globals mouse. Or load globals mouse. And then yeah, something like that, and then this is kind of ugly. This is kind of ugly. It's like, if we're gonna do this, then why not? Why not just create, like, one... Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of ugly. Why do we want to do that? Because that leads to a whole bunch of trouble with, like, So basically, we want, like, a static, so this mouse temp, we just want a, you know, static allocation somewhere. So let's go in here, file open in data, right? In our data, we want a, top level data, right? Top level data. And basically what we want is like a AAC 2020 main, or actually AAC 2020 AAC main, right? Actually AAC main is AAC main.d. So my bad, top level data is going to be inside of AAC main. .d. So let's go look at that. My bad. And let's just get it working. Let's not worry that things are kind of wonky. Let's close that. Okay, so let's go in AAC main for a second. In the data. Top level data. So top level data. And so what we're going to do here is we're just going to create a define Mao struct AAC 2020 Moutemp, right? And then over here, we're going to undefine that. Undef Mao, right? And then in here, we're going to say that Mao, it's not even going to be a pointer, right? It's going to be like it's going to be an allocation on the file scope. So Mao, and it's going to be AAC Mao AAC 2020 AAC 2020 Mao. Something like that. Local copy of kind of hacky. Oh, this might be a bad idea. Bad idea. Let's go with it. Go with it. IMO box. Okay. Yeah, so this is kind of crazy. And I'm not sure if... I am uncertain about this, but let's just get it working. So there's going to be a lot of, like, weirdness to this, and we may break a lot of stuff. Right. So this right here is a local copy of... This is a copy of that data, right? So taking that loose data and putting it into this temp object. So what we want to do here is in our... We want to copy the globals, we want to handle this, and this mouse object... Mao pointer Mao, right? And do we have a mouse object in here? No, we don't. Okay. So all this stuff. Uh-huh. Oh, I see. Mm-hmm. So if we don't have mouse temp, then we're not going to use that variable, right? Uh-huh. Okay, sure. That's fine. So there's this thing, and if we're in there, then we're going to define this. And then we're going to undef it right over here, right? Sure. Okay, so this handle input that we had, we're going to change that around, right? So this handle input mouse, we're going to say that handle input mouse is going to take a mouse object, right? So it's going to take a Mao pointer called Mao, and we might as well just start putting this into its own code, right? Right, because this is all kind of like, yeah, let's, mouse code for, okay, let's create like a AAC main, a dot, right, AAC main.f.mouse, right, so mouse code, right? And then full file path to clipboard, let's take that, and let's throw that into the main AAC main. AAC main functions stuff, right? We don't really have much in here. But we're going to throw this in here, right? So we're going to include... We're already inside of the AAC main folder. So, mouse handler code. Mouse input handler stuff. Right? And we're just going to say, you know, include the stuff. Right? Dot slash the mouse stuff. Okay. Okay, then we can save this. We can close this. And then we can... Are we in AAC main? Yeah, this is AAC main. So this needs to be AAC main. So AAC 2020, AAC main. So it's kind of like a weird namespace, right? But that's what that is. And then our functions file, right, for handle input mouse. This needs to be AAC main mouse. And then this thing is going to be... We're going to change all these. We're going to find these for a second. These don't exist yet. We'll figure that out. Copy globals, handle the input, blah, blah, blah. This is the container, right? And this right here, where the heck are we, right? We are in some kind of crazy handle input, right? So handle input is not necessarily mouse stuff, right? It's mouse and keyboard. So we're not gonna... So this is the mouse input section, right? So we can keep this here. But it is pretty ugly, right? So copy globals, blah, blah, blah. We have this mouse pointer thing, Okay, cool. So let's go steal... Let's go highlight all these things and steal them, right? So, wherever we can find these. So handle inputs mouse, right? Right here. Okay, so this stuff here. We're going to have to steal this stuff for a second. This is going to take a lot of reworking. But let's steal this. And let's go into the functions for mouse, right? And steal that. And then let's save that. Mouse handler code. Mouse handler code, right? And inside the mouse handler code, inside this mouse handler code, right, originally we had this kind of code here. We just cut that all out. Some of this stuff we actually need, though. Some of this stuff here, right, we need to put in there. So let's just steal this stuff here. Let's just steal that, right, and go into the mouse code, and let's just steal those things, right? And then at the bottom, we'll go steal those again, right? So we'll go into this main function file, and we'll go find the bottom of this input handler, and oh god. We'll go find the bottom of this input handler, load editor, mouse input. So this is the mouse input section, where we handle, where we call all the AAC main stuff, and we just want to steal these undefs, right? And then inside here, we're gonna just paste those down here, and bam, we got all these undefs. Now, all of these handlers should only be used if, so this mouse box stuff, right? Like, if we look over here, well, let's go look over here for a second, right? So, we see that if we don't have this mouse temp, then we're not going to be able to invoke any of this code, right? So if mouse temp doesn't exist, we don't do crap. So in here, we may have mouse temp. So let's guard this with, you know, let's just say, you know, okay. So it's mouse temp, and then it's also, what's the other, iMouse box, right? So both of these things need to be included, and if they're not both included, then we're not going to do any of this stuff, right? So, do you want to include this as part of the checksum? Sure, why not? And then at the bottom of here, right, so we have defines and undefs, and then we have endif, right? And then which is kind of like, I don't know if that's the way we want to do it. Let's make a note of what these endifs are, though, right? So let's take these endifs and make a note of them, right? So I don't know exactly how we want to do this, but we should have, I don't know, like that, maybe? Something like that, some type of checksum kind of thing, so that we have this end if thing. And then what we can do is this iMouseBox thing, this little wrapper here, unspam mouse input. We don't even have to worry about this little guard here, right? So this guard here and this guard here, we can remove those, because the whole thing isn't going to exist if these things don't exist. So any of the guards that we have for these, we're just going to remove them, right? So like right here, this mouse thing, we're going to define this at the top, right? So right here, where we have, ooh, actually, we're going to have to put this in here like that, though, right? Actually, that makes more sense, because we want to define Mao as AAC 2020 Moutemp, right? So that means they would have to be here. My bad. So that means that this is like 03. So let's just change the numbers here. 1, 02, 03, 04, 05, 06, and 07. Right, because we want that mouse object included in here, right? So this like include Moutemp thing, right? And then we do this here, this big if def right here. Active editor read mouse, and then active editor read mouse. We're going to just nuke that, right? We're going to nuke that, and we can nuke this now, right? So we can get rid of that ugliness. And then we also have to make sure that everything is kind of reordered nicely. So let's go down here for a second, right? And we know that we're going to undef the mouse object here, right? And then we know that these endifs are actually where they belong. The endifs are actually where they belong, right? So the endifs are, right, because we do if this. So the endifs, so these checksums can't be the same, right? So we can call this A, and if we want to, we could call these A and B, right? If we really want to, call them A and B, right? So that way we can have a checksum where the compile time constants can have letter checksums, and then these defines can have number checksums, right? So we have 5 of these, but we have 2 of those, A and B, right? And then down here we can do the same thing, right? So we can make this A, and we can make this B, and then we can have 1, 2, 3, and 4, so we're missing something. And it's the Moutemp, maybe? Oh yeah, this is right here. So we can now, yeah, that's a little bit better. I think that's a little bit better. There we go. That's better. So let's highlight these for a second and make sure that any code that's kind of using those include whatevers, right? So we have this if thing, right? And then we have this endif, right? So we want to remove the undef for this, right? We can clean up a lot of this, right? We can clean up this kind of thing, right? We can just take that, right? And while we're here, active editor read mouse. So this stuff here is copying a lot of the mouse state stuff. So this right here, let's cut this out. And this expired flag here is not going to be that, right? So this is the copy thing, right? So the copy code. So we have this copy globals, right? So let's take that, and we just want to call this like copy globals mouse. It takes a mouse pointer object called Mao, and right? And then this mouse object is going to have to be removed, right? Mouse. And that also means that all of these have to be changed to, like dereferent. We have to do this, right? We have to do their arrows now, right? Because now... So, anything... The dots, right? So we gotta change dots to arrows. Because we're copying this stuff over, right? The reason we're doing this is so that we can have some flexibility if we want to... if we want to make this code kind of like do stuff where... we want to procedurally animate some of this stuff, then we're gonna have to do this. So we got this copy globals mouse, and we also might want to, you know, if you know, mouse pointer 0, right, equals mouse, then we have a error, and we have a null mouse inputted to copy globals. 2021. Okay, so we got this copy globals for the mouse. And copy globals is going to come from, we can take this data file thing, so we got this mouse thing. Let's close this. And let's go look at this function thing. So we copy globals, and then we handle input mouse, right? So if we look at this function file, and we go in here, we got handle inputs mouse, and we have the active editor read mouse, and then over here we have handle inputs mouse, and we can see that handle inputs mouse oh, got you. So we're not going to look at that. But it's no longer this, right? It is, instead of that, it's going to be the, it's going to be mouse.expired, right? Greater than or equal to 1. We can make a note of what that is, right? So... right. And then over here, we have some other stuff. What's this stuff? Hey, look, we can get rid of this level of indentation, and then that all fits. AAC main, handle inputs, mouse, active editor, read mouse, and it takes this mouse object. This mouse object is already a pointer, so we can remove that, right? So, copy of... right, so there's a copy of this mouse box state, right? Okay. So this active editor read mouse, this state resetting code is not going to go here, right? It's going to go into, well, the state resetting code. So there should be unspam input mouse, right? So in here, hey, look at that. We have the same code twice. Okay, cool. So... so let's try to make these sections look a little bit better. And so one of my main concerns One of my main concerns is that copying and loading is going to be inconsistent, and we're going to have a lot of errors when we copy and load state. So we're going to write the code in a certain way to prevent that. So expire the object and do this stuff. Looks good. Let's see if we can indent that a bit. God, that is ugly. This is ugly, ugly code. Okay. So we unspam the input for the mouse. And then over here, load globals and copy globals. So let's copy this for a second and go find copy globals, right? So copy globals kind of does this, right? So what we want to do is we want to we might want some macro magic for this. Do we want some macro magic or do we not? So here's what I'm thinking. AAC 2020, AAC main. Global copy or load. Okay, and what we could do here is copy if true, load if false, mouse. So that's kind of like a mouthful, right? But we can just say, you know, U08 Boolean variable, true or false, right? And this can be the mouse object, right? So copy if true, load if false, and it's for the mouse, right? So that's kind of like, that is kind of like ugly, but what we'll do here is we can take like all the code we've written so far, right? And even this error check as well. Right, the error check, let's just put the date and time because I'm sick of this. So, error 2021 02 03, and it is 01:40 a.m., right? So that's our error message. And if bool that is going to be really ugly, isn't it? It's ugly, but it'll be the least error-prone way to do this nonsense that we're doing, right? So it's not very, yeah, the code we're writing is not kind of, it's clunky and it's ugly, but yeah, let's just do it, right? So if bool if not bool, right? Then we just flip it, right? Um, So here's the copy. And this is the file scope. This is the file scope variable, right? So what I'm saying is that we can say the copy is here, the copy equals the file, right? And then what we can do is we can just invert this, right? So we can say the file equals the copy. Right, so we can do an assignment. So copy, let's just do this. Define define copy as the bool, right? Copy if true. And then define load as not bool, right? And then we could do this, right? We could say if copy, and then if load the other way around, right? So we just have these kind of inverted like that, right? And that'll make it just so that we don't accidentally... it's kind of ugly, but it'll make it so that we don't accidentally... that the inverse operation is kind of easy to do, right? It's ugly, but it'll work, right? So then we can do that for the other variables as well, right? So pixmx, right? So we'll take this, copy pixmx is the mouse.pixmx, right? And then for this we have a iMouseBoxMX, and that is the file pixmx, right? So pixmx, we have this, and we have this mx here, right? So and then we also want to do the same thing for my, right? So my should be the same thing. And we're gonna keep the complementary things right next to each other. So it's gonna be copy and file, and the complementary things need to be next to each other, so that we don't make any mistakes. So complementary interlace your defines to reduce errors. So we want to interlace our defines to reduce errors. Right, interlace your defines to reduce errors. And this copy, right, this is an my here. My, and this is my here, right? So, we look at this, we should have mx's, and then we should have my's, right? And then over here, right, for this kind of stuff, we're going to say if copy, then we're going to take the copy, pix mx, equals the file, pix mx, right? So the idea is that we can write this very symmetrically. And let's do pix mx and my. Let's put those together, right? So pix mx, pix my, right? So here's the my, here's the mx, right? And then we also want the same thing for the load, right? So let's paste this here, and let's say copy and load, right? So copy and load are together like this because it's x and y are kind of treating as one thing. So file and copy, right? So we want that inverted, right? And this sucks. But let's just keep at it here. So now for this, we have the cx, cy, right? So we're going to define copy clk cx, right? And then we also want to define file clk cx, and then we want to do the same thing for cy, right? So we want to interlace the copy and file variables. So cx, and this is now cy, and for that we have this kind of, for the file scope variable of that, it should be this thing, right? And we want to make sure that this is all correct. So this is cx, and this is the cy. And then the local thing for this is this mouse dot, right? Oops. Okay. So we got click Y, click X. And then down here, right, it's going to be the same thing as, right, so if, so let's just rewrite it. So if copy, we want to take the copy clk cx equals the file clk cx. And then we want to do the same thing with the y, right? So clk cy equals file the clk cy, right? And then if we want to load, right? So if we want to copy, if we want to load it though, the load case is where we take the file version, right? The file scope version, and we load it from the copy, right? So it's the inverse case. So if we look at these, we should see they're completely complementary, right? So any of these things, we should see complete complementariness, right? Complementary. Oh god, oh god, oh god. So over here, same thing. Complementariness, we should see that, right? Okay, so now, let's just keep on going here. So this is just going to be painful. This is painful, and I'm not sure if this is the way I should have gone. But I just really want to reduce the lack of ambiguity, and I absolutely want to know where the canonical version of data is. So when it's canonical, I just want this one canonical copy, or this kind of file scope variable data. I'm kind of regretting this. I'm kind of thinking maybe this was a bad idea, but I've never done something like this before either. So it's like, I've never done something like this before, so why not give it a shot? I can see a lot of inefficiencies doing it this way, but there's only one of these objects, right? So this is only the user input, right? So yeah, it's ugly, but let's just do it. But this does create a problem where we might set the data, but then we forget to copy it over, and then we have these bugs. So we'll have to be cognizant of that. So define copy, and this is up x. So up ux, and it's going to be mouse dot up ux, and then copy. Then we also want the file version of this, right? So this is the file version of that, right? So the file version. And then after we have the UX, we also want the UI, right? So copy UX, and now we have UI. There's so much potential to royally screw this up. So now that we have this, let's just start to rewrite this, right? So if copy up UX equals the file up UX, okay? And if copy, right, so we're going to copy the X and Y together, because logically they kind of go together. Right. The reason these two are going to be not, right, the copy and loads for each one of these entries is kind of grouped together with copy and load, but everything here has to be completely interlaced so that we can make absolutely sure that this matches this, right? That this UX matches this UX, this UI matches this UI, right? The CX and CX, CY and CY, MYs, MXs, X, like those all need to match exactly, and that's why those are interlaced there in the define section. So then, so we got this UX, UI, right? And then we want to do the inverse, right? So let's take all this, and if we want to load, then we're going to change, we're going to load into the file scope variable by taking the copy and loading it into here, right? Okay, so now we can nuke this, and we can just keep on going and keep on painstakingly going through this. This is ugly as hell. Okay, so this is iMouseBox DX for down X. So let's first of all let's just steal this, because we're gonna need down X, we're gonna need down Y, right? So first let's just put this over here, and we know that this is gonna be DOW DX, right? DOW DX, and this is going to be DOW DY, right? DOW DY, and these tokens here are going to match exactly here, right? So DOW DX and DOW DY, and then the iMouseBox is just DY, and it's just DX here, right? So we can see DX, we can see DYs, and we see DOW DX, right? So DOW DX, if we want to highlight that, like DOW DX, and then we see DOW DY, right? DOW DY. Okay, so that all looks correct. And we're going to have to write some test code for this because there's just too much potential for this to break on us, isn't there? I think there is. So mouse down, right? So if copy, we're going to say copy DOW DX equals the file DOW DX. Okay. And if copy, we're going to do the X and Y together, right? And then we're going to copy both of these, and we're going to invert that, right? So now copy, well, if it's load, we're going to load the file scope, we're going to load back into the file scope variable, right? So, right, so now these should be completely symmetrical, copy and load, okay? And that should be that. Oh my god, this sucks. Okay, so mouse down, mouse up, mouse click, and I think that's mouse something, mouse scroll? Mouse scroll, right? Is the mouse scrolling, right? I believe that's mouse scrolling, right? And then I think that's what it is. So let's go look in here for a second. Let's go look at Let's go move this over here. So the mouse box data, yeah, is the mouse scrolling. That's what that is. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, we absolutely need to test for this, because we're just going to like set values. What we could do is we could we'll make one version that is we'll zero fill one version, and then we'll one fill another version, and then we'll just use the copy code, and then we want everything to if we do that, then if we copy, everything should be one filled, right? So we're going to take a zero filled object, we'll use this copy code, and it should if we take the zero filled code, yeah, we just have to zero fill an object, and so let's, before we finish this, let's actually write something before that, right? So before we even do this, do we have an initializer for this? Like, how the heck are we doing this, right? So this code here, if we look in the function file, it's going to be the last thing, right? So, and it's always going to exist, right? So it's not like this, it's kind of special, right? So this is going to be AAC 2020. Oops, wrong place. Not here. So in this second section, end if. What is this big end if? Oh, if GenoWin is included. If GenoWin is included, so there's no macro for this, right? There's no F macro for this. It just has its main kind of thing here. Right, and it's always going to be initialized last. right? So like all of the yeah, it's going to be initialized last because it's not part of the library chain. It's like a top-level thing that knows about everything, right? So let's just call this init why don't we call it init all? We're not going to call it init none. And we're not going to call it init either, right? So there's no macro for this. This is the wrong name. There's no macro for this. There's none of this, right? So we're going to call it init all, right? And eventually we could throw all this... it's not really init all, it's init final, right? Right, it's the init final, it's not init all because this chunk of code is not all the initializers, right? The initializers span the window code, so we can't really do it that way, right? So inside of AAC main, let's open up the AAC main functions. And we have this mouse code, and we want the initializer code to be... the initializer code might need to be aware of some of those mouse functions, right? Yeah, because we need some type of... well, let's not worry about that. Init... Let's call it init final. And U32 AAC init final. We'll take a U32 called U32. Yeah, U32 called U32. And it's not going to use it, right? And then we're just going to return this for now. And okay, so we got this and init final, and we're going to say AAC 2020 AAC main. I think we can just call it unit test. I think that's what we've been calling the other stuff. I think we just said unit test. So let's hope that's correct. And then we want to extern void, or extern void this, or let's make sure, hold on. So how do we do our other unit tests? So if we look at this unit test here, we have unit test code in here. Alright, if we look at this unit test, okay, so extern U32, okay, so it takes a U32, it returns a thing, okay. So I just want to keep the same kind of convention going here, right? So if that's the case, right, that we just want to do extern U32, and it also takes a U32, that's fine. If our other unit tests kind of, that's the way they do it, then sure. But we're not really going to give it anything meaningful. We'll just put a 0x0 in there. And let's look at that for again. Yeah, that's fine. And then, right, we have a forward declaration because we just want to keep our unit test code all at the bottom. Keep unit test code at bottom of file. Unit test section. Okay, and then we're going to say this is U32, and this is the name of the function, and it takes a U32 type called U32, and we don't actually do anything with it because it's like this thing that we thought maybe we would do something useful with, and we never did, and now we just do it for consistency. So okay. So these kind of sections here, we can put these here, and we can cut this, put that there, and then we can cut this, put that there. Cool. So now we have this section, this unit test section. Nice. And inside here, what we're going to do is we are going to... We have not finished this code here, right? But we have... what we're going to do is copy if true, load if false, right? So we're going to say mouse. We're going to copy. We're going to load it. No, we're going to load it. Okay. So, we're going to say AAC 2020 Moutemp. And... let's define some things. And also, because the mouse code might not always exist, we have to put that in its own section, right? Moutemp test. That needs to go into its own section. And if include whatever the heck, right? So if we're going to include, so let's look at this. Let's go up in libchan for a second. So we have these like include whatever, right? So if include Moutemp. Okay. If that is greater than or equal to 1, or actually, if it's less than or equal to 0, we do one thing. Right? And we just have a stub function, right? So if it's less than or equal to 0, we have a stub function. Otherwise, we have the main function, right? So what we'll do here is we'll just say that AAC 2020 AAC main, and why is this even at this level, right? Copy if true, load if false, mouse. Like, shouldn't we just put that in Moutemp? Shouldn't that just be in Moutemp, right? Well, it's because we've decided that, for whatever reason, we've decided this is somehow, for some reason, we've put this at top level, right? So maybe we don't want to do that, right? Maybe we want to, maybe we want to put that in Moutemp, right? Right, maybe we want to put this code. AAC 2020. So maybe we want to do... Maybe we change our mind, right? Maybe we didn't know what we're doing. Maybe we want to rethink some of our organization here and say, okay, that's cool and all that we want like this AAC main unit test kind of code here. Nothing here yet. Make sure unit test code in this section doesn't belong. Right, so we've made a mistake as far as I'm concerned. That, yeah, we can keep it like this. I mean, I like the structure we're evolving here. But, that function shouldn't have that name, I don't think. So... we can just pass, let's just pass it down, right? Say, we've screwed some stuff up, and let's just, yeah, let's just pass it down. Let's just pass it down. So, so let's just go, hey, that's not really where it should be. AAC 2020, Moutemp. Copy if true, load if false. Okay, and we don't even need the to say mouse, right? We just say mouse mouse object, right? Mouse object, and this one is the Boolean variable, right? So it's all the same variable. Let's just pass it on down, right? Pass that on down, put this kind of error checking variable right here for why not, and then just move this into Moutemp, right? So let's go look at Moutemp data and say that, you know what, so this, we thought that, there are no functions. This is data only. Hey, look at that. I retain the right to change my mind in the future. Guess what? We just changed our mind. Update. At vid IID. And it's 0163, and the time is 0359, and let's just say 32. Changed my mind. We have a data copy load now. Okay, so what we can do here is we can make this thing, and then we can just highlight this red, right? So we can make this as a subtraction, right? So Now, if we want to do that, the orange should probably be like a blue, so it doesn't like stand out so much, so it doesn't look like a... Because otherwise, the orange and the red kind of looks too similar. Right? So, this thing has been nixed, right? So, this has been removed, and we've added this update here. Change my mind, we have data, copy, load now. Okay, we're just going to highlight that as my mind, just so that we can see it in both places, right? Hashtag my mind. And that way, we can put that under the documentation, right? So we can go in documentation, we can go look at that hashtag file. And my mind. This is going to be literally my mind, right? Literally my brain, but not literally changing, but means that we have turned decision okay. I like that. That looks nice. Let's make it like that. Okay. So yeah, we just want to make a note of this, right? That change my mind, right? My mind. I literally mean my mind, but I metaphorically mean changing my mind, which is like English is weird. Okay, yeah, but we changed our mind in here. And what we're going to do is in here where, or not in here, but in the mouse code here, we're like, hey, we got all this copy nonsense here. We're going to steal this stuff here. And actually begin interlace defines. So we want to steal all this, right? We want to steal all this. And want to go in here, throw that in there, and you know what? Mouse handler code, sure. These guards, I don't feel like erasing them. I feel like just taking them and copying. So because these are in the correct place, we don't need guards here, right? So that's the cool thing, is we don't have to put guards here. We can just say mouse state copy load is what this is, right? And I don't know if we need all of this, but we're just going to take it all. So we don't have to worry about it. We can just take it all, and we can whittle it down. We'll whittle it down later if we decide we have more than we need, right? Okay. So now we have this copy load section. And, right, we're calling this, right? So, we know what to name this already, right? And I don't remember what the signature of this was. Actually, we haven't even come up with the signature. But we're going to say, give it void so that there's less ambiguity about how things get copied and loaded, right? So it kind of, this is a non-pure function with side effects. And this mouse pointer is the mouse object, and, you know, this UO8 is a boolean. And guess what we don't have? We don't have a UO8 in there, do we? We had, like, all that stuff, and we don't have a UO8, right? So, first of all, let's just steal these variable names, right? So we can just shove them in... Ooh, like this. Let's take it like that. And put that in there, right? So, descriptions about what those variables are. And yeah, we don't have a UO8, so we have a mouse and a U32. So I feel like, define UO8 should kind of go here, right? And then... It's like... Oh boy. I don't want to do this anymore, but oh my god, my finger hurt. I am cutting and pasting way too much. I can feel my finger just being like, I need to map, cut and paste different keys, because this is ridiculous. So over here, Control D. This is a UO8, so this is a UO8, and these undefs are not undefs, are they? No, they're not. Let's make them. Let's make it so, though. 1, 2. And we have 5 of them. And now, did we screw that up over here as well? So we got this mouse handler code, we got these defines. And then down here, we're supposed to have undefs. So the undefs are actually correct. Now, this has include guards around it. So when we're cutting and pasting, we got to be cognizant of that. So let's take these undefs, which are correct now. And let's go paste them down here, right? So we got 6 of them now, right? We had 5. Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. My bad. Yeah, so this is... Copy that. Okay, go back over here. 6. Okay, so now we're going to go back up to the top. And let's go back up to the top of this. And we see we got 6 of these. Okay, so we're going to take these and we're just going to steal them and we're going to put them here. Okay. And this function here has this mouse thing, it has this boolean thing, and guess what? We got those right there. Cool. So now, Moutemp copy if true, load if false. So we know that copy if true, load if false. So not bool for load, right? So these are copy and load flags are inverses of each other, right? And so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to interlace these and then do all the stuff we need to do, right? And then after that, we want to extern U32 AAC 2020 Moutemp unit test. And that takes a 0x... Oh, no. It takes a U32, right? So then, down here, AAC 2020 Moutemp unit test, right? So, we do that just so that we absolutely know this function is lower down here, right? And then we'll write the unit test code here, right? So, unit test section. And this absolutely needs to be tested. This is too error prone not to test, right? So U32 unit test takes the U32 called U32. And if U32 do nothing because it's a no op, right? We just kind of stub this in for consistency and return 0x00, right? If it fails, we never return anything, and that's why, like, We're not doing stuff in the terms of like how people usually write like test runners in other languages, then they like return these fancy test status things. No, we're gonna write test code, but we're gonna have fail fast, right? Like if any one test fails, we do not care about anything else, right? So mouse temp unit test, and then we're going to test copy load of mouse state, right? So in here, we're just going to inline that for now, unless there's some reason that we absolutely need to put it in another sub-function of this unit test. Because this is the only thing we want to test right now. Okay. And what we're going to do is we need to take this function, which is not finished, and we need to say we have the mouse object, and we have 0, right? And the mouse object, mouse, called Mao, should be call it M1. Okay, so we have these two mouse objects, and we're going to load into file scope var. So we're going to load this one into the file scope var, and then we're going to copy this from the file scope var. So we're going to load it in, and then we're going to copy it out. File scope variable backup. So this will be the backup. We're going to load this in the file scope variable, and then we're going to copy. And so this M1 needs to be 1 initialized. So we need to do like a mem copy. So here's the output, here's the input, and here's the number of bytes, right? So we're going to say that we want to mem copy this thing. So this is the output. And let's go look for this for a second, because we don't want to copy one thing. We want to write 1 bits, right? So I don't know if we can do that with just a mem copy. Write 1 bits into memory address. We don't need a mem copy for that, do we? Yeah, we don't need a mem copy for that. Here's what we need. Int32 size equals size of the mouse object, right? The mouse struct. And once we have this size, this is the size in bytes, right? So for int32 1 equals int32 dex equals 0, and dex is less than or equal to size minus 1. Right, if we want an inclusive loop. And then dex plus plus. And then what we want to do is we want to we just want to turn this to a, I'm going to cast it to a U32 pointer, right? M1. After we cast it to a U32 pointer, oops, hold on. U32 pointer, hold up here. U08 pointer, because this is in bytes, right? This is in bytes. So we want to cast this to U8 pointer, and it's not going to be the, we need to take the address, right? So it needs to be, we need to take the address of M1 and cast it to a U8 pointer like this. Where we're going to cast it to a U8 pointer. And then after it's casted, then we're just going to say dex, right? So we took the address of it, and then we immediately dereferenced it, right? So that's kind of weird, but to me, I can understand that a little bit better than doing some weird offset math. Because technically this means that we could take this memory address, right? So we're going to take the base address of where this is, right? So we take the address of where this is, and we just want to start zero filling it, right? So dex equals U08 okay, so one fill M1. So this is not this, this is FF, right? So we want to one fill it. Okay, so we're one filling it. And then we're going to copy if true, right? So we're going to take the, we're going to take, hold on. Well, actually, backup. Copy if true, load if false. So we're going to copy, right? Create backup. So this backup variable, we're going to name this section backup or restore, because we're going to use it in two places. So we're gonna, so copy if true, load if false. So this is false, so we're gonna restore the backup by loading, right? And so we're gonna take the address of this backup variable, and we're gonna load it into the file scope data, right? And then over here with this backup or restore, we're creating the backup by copying, right? So 1 is true, copy if true, load if false, right? So we're going to copy the data in here. We're going to copy, we create a copy, right? So this is the copy variable, right? It's a copy of the file scope variable. So we copy into here. We're going to copy into here and load, if we load it, if it's false, load if false, means that we're going to take this and we're going to load it into the file scope variable, right? So this is the backup or restore, and this is the restore section, right? Yeah. Okay, so now that we have that, right, we have this zero fill code, right? We have the zero fill code, main test code. So I'll put the main test code in the middle here. Alright, so this restore is not going to work unless if our unit test doesn't pass, then we can forget about whatever this restore does, because it's not going to work, right? So this index, right, it's going to go through all the bytes, right? So this is the size in bytes, because that's how size of works. We know that it's not that big, so we can just use the int32. We don't need to use a size type. int32 is fine. And now that we've, right, all these were 0 initialized, right? So this got 1 filled now. So this is our 1 filled, 1 dot dot dot. And this is our 0 filled object. Dot dot dot. So this is the 1 filled object, this is the 0 filled object, right? And now what we're gonna do is we have this copy if true, load if false. So we're going to load. So we're going to take the and M1 and we're going to load 1 filled object into file scope bar. File scope data, right? Okay. Copy what should now be a 1 filled, what should now be 1 filled file scope variables into different temp. Okay. So then what we're gonna do So we're going to take this, so we took load if false, right? So M1 gets loaded into file scope, and then we're going to copy down from load into file, and this one is copy from file. Right? So this is loaded into file, this is copy to file, right? Because copy if true, load if false, so we're gonna load this into the file scope. Then later, we're going to copy this from the file. And now what we're going to expect is M1 and M2 should now be 1 filled. So let's create a dex here. Let's just say int32 dex, so I don't have to keep on declaring that. And then here we're going to remove this int32 thing here. And how about we just say int32 size as well? Like, just put this stuff up here, right? int32 size. Right, size. Size of the mouse thing. And we're going to do 2 loops. So we're going to make sure that air so copy load failed really bad, M1. And then let's copy all this stuff again, right? And instead of M1 here, we're going to do M2. Load failed. So copy load failed, and copy load failed really bad. So copy load failed really bad, M1. Copy load failed, M2, right? So maybe we want to do this. If we want to keep things kind of symmetrical, we could do a whole bunch of dashes. It's kind of weird, but, right, then we can have sure, whatever. Copy load fail, right? So this M2 thing, that should also be all 1s. And then let's do one more thing, right? So they should be equal to each other, right? So if this, right, not equal to, so if M1, right, we take the address of M1, and we use these index accessors, right? Now that is fucking weird. Okay, so we really don't expect, if these don't error, we really do not expect this to happen, right? But we want to do that for redundancy, right? So, okay, let's make a summary of this, right? Of what we're doing here. So at vid IID 0163, and the time is 4:29, and how about 42, because we want to be cool? 4:29:42. Summary. We're writing the summary. Okay. to make absolutely sure the copy load code works correctly, we will binary one fill a temporary Moutemp object and load it into the file scope. Vars. Then we will copy the file scope vars down into a different temporary object. If all goes correctly, then both temporary objects will be zero filled. So there is a potential problem here, which is that the struct might have some type of padding on it. And if the struct has padding, then most of it's going to work, and then the last thing is going to, like, fail us, right? So we need to think about that when we're doing this. So let's... If we pad to a... We need to be padding to... we will need to add padding to the struct for this to work, and create dummy padding file scope variables that are also copied for this to work. This kind of sucks. But I've never done this stuff before, so let's see it through and see what happens. So this is like, what the heck are we doing here? Honestly. 4 hours, 34 minutes, and 16, 17, let's say 23. Summary. Okay. So we wrote this, we started writing the summary at this time, and we finished the summary at this time. And yeah, we're summarizing what we're doing in here. So yeah, the size of is going to include padding, right? So does size of include padding? And I believe it does. Oh yeah, and they say, why is the size? Because it has padding. Memory alignment. Yeah, so this could really kill us badly. So if we really want this to work, we're gonna have to know like the exact line. Oh god. Let's not do that. x86. I'll use okay, so we can't Okay, I don't want to worry about padding. So let's think about this. What is x64 alignment? So we are getting into some horrible, horrible things with this. I think, well, how can we just make sure that most of this works and just not worry about everything else? So having to copy all of that data, every single frame, seems like a bad design choice. It just seems like a lot of maintenance for just creating a lot of trouble for us, really. So what, we're gonna copy like every frame, we're gonna like, memory access is one of the things that takes like a long time, right? And so if we're gonna like do this, we may just want to get rid of might just want to get rid of this Moutemp. I might just want to put the really want this mouse state and we're copying like a lot of data every single frame. Oops, let's close that. I just like having that kind of definitive... I like having that definitive place where... I like having that definitive place where stuff is, right? Well, we could just make these macros, right, that point to an instance. But if we look at the library chain for a second, if we look at the library chain here, we got iMouseBox right here, and then iMoutemp is like somewhere else entirely, isn't it? So iMouseBox, or Moutemp, right? Moutemp, where are you? Where the heck are you? It's like right over here. And so I don't know, let's just commit to our design choice, I guess, right? Even though it's like, at least we'll know about it. At least we'll have done it and realized how stupid it was, I think. there is the possibility that we'll just get lucky, right? There's a possibility we'll just get lucky and the alignment will just work out. And if it doesn't work out, then we'll have to just figure out the alignment issues, right? So, like, if it fails, if one of these fail at, like, a random, like a consistently higher index than we expect, then it could be an alignment issue, right? So let's just commit, let's stick to our guns and just do this, even though it's like, this is weird, right? This is weird, but let's just give it a shot. And we can change things around later if we're like, this is stupid, right? So, yeah, I think that's the way we're gonna do it. Now, this copy global's mouse, is not going to work this way, right? So in Moutemp functions, right, copy global's mouse, takes this, right? So this thing here, you don't even need this wrapper, right? So we don't need this. Or do we? Is there a reason for this? It was because over here we have something, right? Oh no, in the mouse code. Where the heck is our big chunk of code? So somewhere we had like a big chunk of code for this, right? Where we had like handle, inputs, etc. And I thought they were like in here, right? We had like a handle, input handler, right? Handle input, and then we're over here, and then in handle input, yeah. AAC, copy global's mouse, right? So AAC, copy global's mouse is over here. And it's an AAC mouse. So in here, copy global's mouse is in here, right? So just put that there so we can look at that and say copy global's mouse. So we don't need this. Right? We just want to say, we want to copy the globals, copy if true, right? So if true, true equals copy. We're going to copy into here, right? And I'm getting tired. Moutemp. This is where we're doing all this copying, right? So we still have to finish this part up, but it's just a direct cut and paste. So we can nuke this, right? We can nuke this. Right, Moutemp, copy if true, load if false. And now this code is wrapped, right? Yeah, Moutemp and Mousebox gotta exist, otherwise this code will never get called. Okay, cool. and let's just create some divisions here, right? So, right, so make some division lines. And active editor read mouse, right? Active editor read mouse. We kind of made these section dividers for this code because at some point in time we had some crazy macros in here, right? And now we don't have those crazy macros, so we don't need to, oops, we don't need to do what we were doing earlier, right? We can just say this, and we can, once again, we keep on changing the indentation level here, but we can now put this indentation level back here, and we have more room for stuff later, right? So we keep on changing our mind on that, but now we're good. We're good there. So let's just put this here. Let's put this here. Okay, cool. And handle input mouse, active editor, read mouse stuff. Then we have the unspam input, where we're going to say the this mouse object dot expired is going to be turned to false, and this this is drag start 2, right? Right. Drag start 2 is the right mouse button, right? Okay. So yeah, we're gonna unspam input, and we don't have a divider line here. Let's make some more divider lines between these functions. And then we want to load globals, right? So copy. So in the mouse code, we might as well put the copy globals and load globals right next to each other. So copy if true, load if false, mouse. I don't want to use that anywhere. So find in files, find all. And we just want to say that we should be only finding it right in one file. Right? Yeah. So we're just going to nuke this. We're going to nuke this out of here. Right? We're not going to use this intermediary helper thing. And then we're going to say load globals mouse. Right? So this is going to be void so that we don't have to think about the trickery of this stuff here. So we're going to take the mouse object. Okay. And we're going to just take all this, and it's going to be the same exact code, right? But this is load globals, so we're going to rename that to load. And copy if true, load if false. So we're going to say this, and false equals load, right? So false leads to load, while true leads to copy, right? So that's the only difference, right? The only difference between these two functions is that one thing, right? So we can kind of condense this a little bit, I think. And then let's get rid of this extra padding. I don't think that is doing us any good. Okay, so we got copy globals. So let's see. We got copy globals mouse. We got load globals mouse, right? So in here, that is being called from here. So let's account for everything. Copy globals and load globals, right? Then we have handle input and unspam input as well. So in here we have handle input mouse, but it's like a sub function, right? And it's called from here. And here's handle input mouse. So copy that. And this should be handle input mouse here. And then unspam input. So if we look at unspam input, this is just kind of invalidating the object and certain things that don't want to be blasting off every single frame we do here, right? And the handle input, right? The handle input mouse for the active editor, that is where we call the individual, we chain through all of the editors, and if the editor is active, we handle this mouse code. Okay. So with that, we still have to painstakingly go through all of this still. So this will be less this will be less define file something or other. This will be less painful if is mouse down. So is mouse down. Copy is, the more consistent we are with our variable naming, the less painful this is going to be. So is out mouse down, right? So that matches, right? Is mouse down. And ducks, right? So ducks, right? So since we're consistent, we can just say ducks. And we can just paste it, right? Also, get rid of that, because this is defines. So D-U-C-S. So this is ducks. And say ducks. So ducks, right? Then we can take all this stuff here and we can just paste it in here, right? So if we want to copy, the copy is this thing, and the file scope thing is the AAC 2020 things, right? And now we got the ducks. Okay. So after the ducks, we have the wheel thing, right? The mouse wheel down. So, or mouse wheel. Oh, mouse wheel notches. That's what that is. So define copy, and it's wheel mouse wheel notches is just what it's called. So wheel mouse wheel notches, and it's going to set it to mouse dot wheel mouse wheel notches, and then the file scope variable, right? So we're going to say so everything is copy then file, copy then file, copy then file. Yes. So for the file scope variable, it's just going to be AAC 2020 iMailbox mouse wheel notches, right? So we can see these kind of line up here, right? So now we can change this around, right? So we want to copy load for let's say if copy, then copy equals the file version, right? And then the file version is this thing here. So load, if we load it, we're going to take the file, we're going to assign to the file, right? We're going to assign to the file from the copy, right? And so if we look at this, we should just be able to go like this, and we should be able to get complete complementariness, right? So if we can see that, we can see completely complementary, copy, and load, right? So now this mouse wheel thing is the last thing, right? So we're going to say if copy, then it's copy gets loaded from the file, okay? And otherwise, if we load, right, so if we do the inverse, then the file equals the copy, right? So, right, so we just kind of do this symmetrically, and this is this just seems like a horrible, horrible idea what I'm doing here. Horrible, horrible craziness, but oh well, this is what, yeah. This is what we've decided to do, so I guess we're just gonna do it. So we got this section here, and can we indent this one more time? So that, right, I think we can indent this one more time so that we can see, right, because we're going to begin these interlace your defines to reduce errors, right? So the copy is the Boolean and the load is the not Boolean, right? And then these are symmetrical, right? So copy is this exp thing. Sorry, I'm not explaining this very well. Right, so this is the file scope version of the variable, and this is the instantiatable version of the variable, right? So, and we just want to put the copy and the copy version of the variable, which is this, and the file scope canonical authoritative version of the variable right next to each other, right? So that we can compare them right next to each other, and we can make sure that it's correct, right? Because this, what we're doing here is very error prone, right? Because we can't just do a mem copy from one object to another if we do it this way. So I don't know if this seems like a horrible idea, but I've never done something like this before, so we're gonna go with it. The idea is that the file scope variable is like the canonical authoritative version of the state, and whatever is in here is a temporary copy, right? This is a lot of data to be temporarily copying over every single frame, so I don't know. Yeah, that worries me. So with all this stuff, expired, mouse XY. Let's just start labeling things. Mouse XY. This is click XY. This is up XY. Up XY. This is down XY. And actually, CLK XY, right? CLK for click. This is Mao XY. Mouse XY. This is click. I just want to normalize this a little bit. I know I have a bad habit of lining everything up like this, but that's the way I do it. What are we missing here? So that needs to be ducks. Is there anything else here? So this looks almost good, but then... Oh no, that looks good, right? Yeah. Okay. And then this is down XY. Okay, this is this is down, up, click, and scroll, I think? Let's go look at this thing for a second. S. Scrolling. So is right? So ducks. Down, up, click, or scrolling, right? So that's what that is. Do you want to put brackets around that? Does that make it a little bit easier to know why it's called ducks? Or does that just make it really convoluted? That looks like a mess. Looks like a disaster. Let's just keep it like that. So what do we want to do now? So we got this copy load thing. And if the memory alignment doesn't work out, this stuff is gonna blow up in our face. Yeah, we have made way too many changes to this. We're like, hey, let's make things click drag, and then we kind of like, we're like... So, okay, so the basic idea here is we have this temporary mouse object, and it's not AAC main mouse, though. It's not this. Why the heck? Hold on. Find in files. Find all really quick. Did we make that mistake in more than one place? Yes, we did. Top level data. AAC main mouse because... Oh, actually, no, that's correct. Because it's a top level instance. Right? Yeah, it's a top level instance. Okay, yeah. So that's actually correct. That's actually correct, my bad. Okay, so we have this mouse instance object. And it's going to copy from the file scope data, right? So, and this is like all our file scope data. It's the most authoritative state of the game, right? So there's no instantiatable object here, right? It's just loose data, right? But then we have another container, which is called Moutemp, and it's basically the same exact data, but it's inside of a struct. And the idea is that this is a temporary container, and it's not meant to. It's a temporary container. It's not meant to be. Oh, and there's other random stuff in it, isn't there? So the game tick in it, huh? Yeah, it's supposed to be a temporary container. Now, is there a game tick in here? Oh, we did put a game tick in here. Okay. Yeah, so this is supposed to be a temporary container. It's supposed to be a way to pass around the data flexibly if you need to, but most of the time we want to hard code it and use the file scope stuff, unless we need the flexibility. So is expired is what that's called. Okay, so now do we have copy code for is expired in the game tick? So if we look in Moutemp functions, we have expired, but we don't have the thing for the game tick. So game ticker, and expired. Let's indent that. Okay, so if we keep some nice patterns here, we can know that this is define. We want to start with copy, and we're going to call it game tick, and that's going to not be this thing. It's going to be the mouse.gameTick, right? So game tick. Oh boy. And then over here we're going to define file game tick, right? So we have a file version of the variable, and we also have a now why the heck is this? Oh, because this is just called tick, right? So if we want to keep with the kind of pattern we got going here, then we're going to have to call it tick, right? Because everything else here is kind of uniform. So we're going to remove, right? So tick is the game tick. Sure, I guess. And then over here, that means that in here, I don't think we have that, right? Do we have that in the iMouse? Right, like if we want to name it that way. Okay, I see. So iMouseBox tick. We're going to change that to just tick. Okay, fair enough. So let's go look for that. Let's go look for that. And in GenoWin, it looks like we're setting that. And then over in the mouse box data, we're setting it. So there's only 2 places. So, so over here, this game tick. Previously known as, right? So we're just going to call it iMouseBox tick, and that's going to be the game tick. Now, if we do that, that's kind of weird because the ticker is set to the game ticker. We don't got this one-to-one thing anymore, right? Which, that's kind of ugly, right? But we have that here, so... oh boy. So then, on the iMouseBox data, so we're not going to have more than one ticker, right? So we're going to have one type of ticker that kind of helps us know if the object is valid, right? So for now, that's going to be a game tick, but we're only going to be able to have one ticker inside this object. Sure, why not? And then in the functions, right, so the copy, right, mouse.gameTick, otherwise tick, right, so if we look at this, right, so the tick is everywhere, right, expired, right, we just want to keep the uniformity with how we are doing things here. Okay, so because we realize that this test code is not going to work for us, is it? It's going to blow up in our face. Well, what do we know that can happen here, right? So we know that if we zero fill it, because of alignment, everything might not be completely zero filled, right? Or one filled. So this M2 might not be one filled everywhere, right? Because of the alignment. So, you know what? Let's just try to run this, and if it fails on it, if this fails, we will just have to check every variable one by one and hope we keep that code up to date. Right? So if this fails, we're just gonna have to update every variable one by one, or we'll have to figure out how to work with the memory alignment or something. I don't know. This is bad. Okay, let's just. Oh boy, we've been doing this for a while, and let's just we're gonna have to. Let's just try to compile this. And we know we've made so many mistakes here, so... so the first thing is, we have shuffled so much stuff around. So much stuff. And a lot of stuff is just going to be completely broken. Unknown type name, AAC 2020 Moutemp. So the first thing is in mousetemp.f. We've done this stupid thing where we don't know how to... Okay, we're in the unit test section, so we have to define U32. And then I believe, do we have define I32? And then we also want to define Mao as struct AAC 2020 Moutemp, right? And then we're going to align our code there a little bit. And we'll give it a nice little checksum. Right, we'll put a little checksum here. Give that some space to breathe. Then we'll go down to the bottom of the unit test section, and we're just gonna throw this in here, right? And then we're gonna say, oh, this is gonna be our undefs. And then we'll remove the excess tokens and keep the same checksum. Okay, let's find the next stupid problem we made for ourselves here. So we're just gonna go through it, and we're just gonna keep on keeping on until we find all the problems. So, in expansion of macro, unknown type name, AAC 2020 Moutemp. And where is that? It's on line 27. So I'm going to guess that, yeah, line 27 is up here. So what we've done here is we've made the mistake of this should be a struct, right? So we need to put the struct keyword in front of it for that to work. So language. And we've made that mistake in multiple places. So we are tired. So we are just going to keep on letting the compiler find the mistakes for us. And then, yeah. So, oh boy. EO8 is undeclared. Okay, so it's not as big of a mistake I thought. It's just this test needs a UO8, right? It needs a byte, right? So define UO8, and that is a byte. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then at the bottom of the unit test section, and I am actually putting these unsigned and signed integer types in a very specific order. So I like to keep the unsigned next to each other, and I like to keep the bit widths next to each other as well. And so when I can do that, I will do that. Okay. So now let's try this again. And yeah, so even if we do all of our copying correctly, like even if we get the even if we can correctly copy from the file scope variables, we're going to find that the memory alignment is gonna mess with us. So Moutemp. Okay, so Moutemp, and this is Moutemp, right? And we need to have the macros for errors. So we don't have any error macros in here. Well, let's change that. So let's go up here and just say if mouse pointer 0 equals Mao, then ERR nil mouse object 2021 0302, and it's 3:35 a.m. Right, and then let's just put this error macro somewhere in here. I don't know where to put it. I guess kind of define error AAC 2020 Moutemp halt, and then we have to put this check. See, this is the problem here, is that I have made some of the stuff I do very annoying to work with. Okay, so then we're going to go to the bottom here, and in the bottom of this section we just want to undef that, right? So undef the error macro. And we'll just shuffle all these up here, like this, right? So we'll just shuffle them up. And now we have 7 macros. And then we'll do the same thing for here, right? So, except I'm going to put the error on the last thing. So I'm going to say define ERR as AAC 2020, Moutemp, halt. And then the 5th macro down here should be the undef of the error function macro. Okay. So let's give that another shot and see what else we have to clean up next. And it's like, even if this code works, I'm worried that we're kind of like really abusing our memory every frame. And it's like, maybe we shouldn't be doing this, and I don't know. And error redefined, huh? Oh boy. So Moutemp.f in 31. So let's look at 31 for a second and figure out where that's happening. So 31 is right here. Oh, we already declared that over here. We already had it. Air and mouse, sure. Why don't we just shuffle that around? So 5 and 6. And then Moutemp halt, right? Moutemp halt. And then down here, does that mean we have two things that say air? And indeed we do. So 5 and 6. Okay. Come on, come on, come on. Get working here. Do I have any sandwich left? I do. I do have some sandwich left. I'm going to eat some of the sandwich because I'm kind of like, I've been up for too long. So, when we originally created this code, it was a there was a no functions kind of thing, right? So, paste AAC 2020 boilerplate. So we need some boilerplate and SSBP paste. And this boilerplate code, we have this init none function, right? So we're going to take this init none function here, and we're just going to paste it into the boilerplate section here. We are going to indent appropriately. The U32 wrapper here no longer needs to be here, because it's over here. And we need to remove 4 of those characters so that it's indented properly. And that's fine, right? You can have it like that. And then all this stuff, right, can be called, this is the logging function, so Moutemp info any. This is this is Moutemp. And then I don't even know if this is in the silence code or not. So I feel like it is because we just did it for consistency. But we should look at that before we get out of here. So Moutemp, and then over here, Moutemp. Okay. So this is the library boilerplate code that we have, like, with everything, which is, like, we've dug ourselves into a hole with that, right? Like, if we ever want to change this, we've, like, put this code everywhere. It's going to be a nightmare to try to fix. So, is Moutemp in here, right? Yeah, it's in there. And the logging is on for it. Excellent. So, let's give that another run and see. So the first part is that I hope that once we get this working and the tests are passing, that the original behavior still works, because because we shuffled so much stuff around. We have shuffled so much stuff around, it's ridiculous. So you might be wondering, like, why the heck? Ooh, define copy. Let's copy that. So you might be wondering, like, why do I have, like, an instance version of this mouse state, and then I have, like, this file scope mouse state class. Like, what the heck is that all about? Well, the idea is that I want very explicit rigid code where I'm using this file scope mouse state stuff, and there's only one of them because they're all loose file scope variables. But then I also want the option to be flexible, and I think that that this was a bad idea. The idea is that if I do this, I can emulate. I have the flexibility to emulate mouse clicks and things, and that could be somehow advantageous. But I think I'm really violating the whole like Yagni kind of principle here. So, anyways, define copy is this thing here, and so it looks like it looks to me like it's defined and undefined right here. Oh, wrong thing. I don't think it's the thing from fragbed. We're undefining it in fragbed. It is happening where? So what I'm trying to figure out here, fragbed.f and function fragbed init, fragbed.f error copy redefined, define copy ASC fragbed hard-coded shader screens. It's not showing me where it was initially defined, and I think I know where it's been redefined, but I'm not happy that I can't see it. Right, I know that it's probably over here, right? Copy load, yeah? Yeah, it's exactly over here, right? So, so the question is, what the heck? How come, okay, well, first of all, let's define these closer to where they need to be, right? So, interlace, blah, blah, blah. And then, right here, we're going to define them here. Copy and load, okay? And then copy, load, copy, load, copy, load. And then at the end of this, we're going to, first of all, we're going to take all this stuff, and we're going to shove it down here. And this is the end of the section, right? So end, and end. And then we're just going to, I don't know, man. But we know we have to undef this, right? This is where the problem's coming from. But the thing that sucks is that from reading the output, if, you know, if I didn't know this, I don't know how I would have found out. So that's kind of scares, that kind of scares me. So undef copy, undef load, right? And then over here, we can just change all these to undefs, I guess. But oh my god, this is a monster. This is like, add one extra space. Okay, cool. So if we highlight this, we can, yeah, this is, this is not, this is bad code. That's what this is. But I've never done something like this before, so let's just try it out and see what happens, and then I guess we'll just have to own it, right? Okay, so all these things need to be commented out, right? So, I'm tired of this, so let's get rid of that. And then we can just go through here like this, and we can just be like, bam, we can just go take it out, right? Right. We can just comment that all out. And yeah. That is some, yeah, this is horrible. This is horrible. Horrible, horrible. Okay. So, but let's keep going. I mean, yeah, I think that we absolutely cannot leave this broken, right? Because that thing that I just fixed with the copy thing, we have made mistakes that if we had committed this code base in a broken state and we came back to it tomorrow, we'd be searching around for hours trying to figure out what went wrong. Whereas right now, even though we're a little bit tired, we know exactly where the problems are. So expected something PAINT5D.f. Okay. So okay. So let's take this number, because I don't want to think about it. And it's in the functions file. Yeah, PAINT5D.f, okay. So, where's PAINT5D.f? Is that open anywhere? Yeah, it's open over here, okay. So, if we Control G, I want to go Control G, I want to look for this line. Come on, what was wrong with that? I thought there was a perfectly good line number that I copied to the clipboard. What's going on here? No. Let's go back here. Let's go take that. Let's right-click, let's copy, and now let's go over here. Okay. So, what's wrong with this? Oh, because it's an OR. We need an OR. Down state not synced with current position. Excellent, okay. That's kind of what we want. And this is the mouse. This is like the mouse code we were trying to work on for clicking and dragging like hours ago, before we got into memory alignment and stuff, and decided to do batshit crazy stuff. So let's just keep going. I want to see a click drag before I go to bed. Okay, so let's go over here, and let's go Control G again. And at this point, do nothing because click drag should have been continually updating the whole time. The right non-primary mouse button was down. Okay, so OU2 here is stands for OU2 on up to 2 equals right mouse button. Right? So, yeah, this doesn't actually need any resolving of the drag state. So, we're just going to say, you know, if mouse, or actually, mouse pointer 0 equals mouse, right? A null check. But this is really just a no-op, right? We don't actually care what's in here, so this is actually just a no-op to keep the compiler from complaining. So this needs to be struct. Struct AAC 2020 Moutemp, not just this. And this is coming from f.mao. Okay, so in here we have this thing here. And it's line 18, okay? Let's go to line 18. And, oh, it's line 18, but it's this macro, so we have some indirection with this. I know I had made a mistake here. Or I knew I had made a mistake somewhere else. We fixed one of these in somewhere else, and I knew it was somewhere else as well. I didn't know where, and I'm like, I'll just let the compiler find it for me, and now we let it find it for us. So, yeah, my syntax highlighting there. Okay, so reserved for future use, U32 undeclared, because why? 83 in same code, yeah, so 83. And it's because, oh, we kind of changed the signature of this, right? Handle input mouse, and it's just because we changed the signature, right? So, so first of all, let's go over here, because I know that that's not quite correct how we wrote that. The temporary data is expired, right? So it's not called just exp, right? It's called is expired, right? Is the object expired, right? So we could make a note. We're running out of room, so, you know, we might want to make a note that, you know, the file scope equivalent is called this, right? We might want to make a note of that. It might be useful to know that. But this no longer exists because we're using this object. We're passing it down to here. So what we can do is we can do like a, you know, if mouse pointer 0, right, equals mao, right? So if it's a null pointer, right, so we can, because the way we write our code, we can have typed nulls, so don't we feel badass? Null input 2021-0302, and it's 3:54 a.m. Yeah, because I don't care what the error message is, I just care that I can find where it came from, right? So with the exact time, with the exact day and time, we'll be able to, that'll be a unique error message, right? And that's the most important thing. As long as I'm the only one working on that strategy may not work if I'm not the only one working on the code base. But then we could, like, if that's really the case, right, and we still want to do something hackish like this to get a unique error message, we could probably do this, right? If there's somebody else working on the code base, we could do like this: my initials plus the date and time. And now it's still a unique error message, and we're working on a team, right? And I can just use my initials, right? And so if somebody else who wants to use this strategy, who's also working on the same code base at the same time, can put their initials in some type of error message to make sure it's unique, right? So no member named this, right? And this is, where is this? I know, so unspam mouse input. So let's go look for that. And is that in here? I think it's actually in here, yeah? Let's find this. Yeah, so this right here. And yeah, so it's is expired, right? So it's called is expired. And do we really want to write it like this, or do we want to do it like the proper way? And just say mouse.isExpired, right? Or not the proper way, but like maybe we should be consistent on how we do that, right? So we're going to unspam input just means that we're gonna, we could call it invalidate object, right? We could call it that. Also, what the hell were we thinking here? Because it looks like we stopped writing in the middle of something. Portions of mouse input object need to be invalidated each frame of the game. Not necessarily everything, but for example, drag start only happens on exactly one frame. So here we do ... So that's, yeah, that's fine. Let's do 42 to be cool. Yeah, so right here, right? We're just trying to invalidate stuff. Expire the object, reset certain one-time mouse flags, right? Yeah, that's fine, I think. And then we have this mouse object. Do we want to keep a guard on here? And also, because this is a comment for the function, I kind of like it aligned like this. So you notice that my style, I put the summary of the function actually goes inside of the function, right? And that's just because when I want to scroll through and see what kind of functions I have, a big, huge explanation on top of the function really distracts me. So it makes more sense to do it this way, I think. For me, and the way I'm doing things, which the way I'm doing things is crazy. Okay, yeah, that looks good enough. Okay, so let's keep on doing this, and let's hope that when we get this working, it doesn't blow up on us. Unknown type name U32 in the main.f file. 39 AAC main.f 39. Okay, so 39 we got this U32, and indeed define U32. There goes my syntax highlighting, blowing up on me. And then right here, undef U32. Okay, and let's just give that another shot and keep on going. If I really been trying for like a whole day to get click and drag working, and then okay, copy load failed. So I was anticipating this, and I think that it's going to happen because of memory alignment. So I think that we're going to find that it happens in some random place. So we're going to have to figure out a way. We're going to have to figure out a way to oh boy. Well, let's go into the data, or actually no, let's go into the functions here, where we're running this horrible test here. And where are we failing here? We're failing in M2, okay. So M1, yeah, we expected M1 because we went through the entire object and we set everything to 1 bits, but then this fails. So the question is, where is it failing? Because you may be surprised, because it's probably not failing on the first index. So let's log and say dex and %d \n, and then say here's the dex, right? Because I bet that index, I bet you this index is not where you think it is. I bet it is not. It's not failing. I bet you. I guarantee it's not failing on the first index. Okay, well I can't guarantee that, but I'm fairly certain because I think it's a memory alignment issue. So it's gonna be like, oh, we need to stub in the logging code for that. So error, and then define log as AAC 2020, Moutemp, and then info, and then any. Okay, here's the thing. We really do need to figure out the memory alignment for this, because the only other option for testing this is going to be a very brittle test that'll keep on breaking every time we add new objects to the struct. So we really need some type of way to test it in a way that is going to help us. Passing argument 2 of info any makes pointer from integer without a cast. Go back over here. Okay, you know what? Screw that. it's about to crash, right? If it's about to crash, we don't have to use a logging function because we never want to silence something when it is, if it crashes, we want to know about what happened, right? So we never actually want to silence that message. So it actually makes more sense as a printf rather than a log message, because logging can be silenced by certain configuration. We don't actually want certain configuration to, okay, copy load failed, and it's actually the, it is the first thing. Okay. Okay, alright. Alright, alright. Well, okay, well, if it's the first thing, then let's look at... Right, here's all our code. And what is the first thing in the struct, right? We have a struct for this, right? Moutemp, and there's a struct somewhere. So if we look at Moutemp data, what's the first thing in the struct? It's called GameTick, U32. Okay. And GameTick is the first thing. And is GameTick handled here? GameTick here. Is one signed and one's not signed? U32 GameTick, right? And then let's close Fragment. Let's close Tau Depot. Let's close this random thing. Oh yeah. This is actually kind of a to-do thing. Let's go open up our to-do. So in our documentation, doc to-do. So we want polished mouse wheel zoom is actually done. So this is going to be our new 6, and it is click, drag, pan using... Oh wait, it's already over here. Panning control. So we're going to need these things, right? So data needed to complete task. So this is the data we need to complete this task. This is kind of what we're working on now. So we're going to change this to 6, and this is going to be 7 now. And then this number 5 is done. So we're going to copy that, and we're going to move it over into the dones, right? So once it's done, it keeps the number, right? So that's kind of what we've been doing. So date 2021. 0203 or 0302? No, it's 0302, my bad. And number 5 is done, right? Polish mouse wheel zoom. That was actually done on a different day, but we're not going to worry about that. It has been put into here on this date, right? So I don't know when it was actually finished, but it wasn't finished this day. We can make a note of that. At vid IID 0163, and the time is 5 hours, 48 minutes, and let's just say 52 seconds. Not finished on date of timestamp, but rather put into this done file on this date, right? So I don't know exactly when we completed this, but it is done, so now it's in here, right? So, and we're just gonna keep on doing this, right? We're just gonna keep on throwing stuff into this done thing when it's done, just because that's a nice kind of thing to help us figure our way around the code. Okay, so we're thinking that maybe if this game tick is being properly copied, that the problem could be that, or that, yes, or the most basic problem, which is that game tick is not accounted for here. Yeah, that would do it. Okay, so cool. So cool thing is the unit test is actually helping us figure this out, right? It's actually detecting problems. It's just that I think the unit test is not going to. We're going to have to figure out how to align the data so that the unit test will always work, right? So we're going to have to align it to like the yeah, we'll have to figure that out as we go. But anyways, I see that there's some other people here, so let me just throw in my demos link, because I don't know who is viewing me right now. Actually, I could take a look really quick. Users in chat. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who all these people are. I figure that a lot of users are bots, unless I just have a lot of random people dropping in all the time. I'm just going to update my lurkers file, because I have a file for lurkers so that I can go check people out when I'm not coding. So it's the third, it's the third month, so March, and then we'll just throw this in here, and at vid IID. So the video number right now is 163, and the time of this video, we're at 5 hours, 51 minutes, and let's just do 32 seconds. Okay. Back to where we were here. So the unit test is failing because we didn't implement this part, right? We didn't copy over the game ticker. So this is the file scope version of the variable, and this is the instantiatable, containerized, temporary container version of the same variable, right? And we don't actually have that copied over, right? So let's just copy this code here and see if we mouse dot game time ticker okay. So we have like a ticker object inside of the mouse state object so that we can we can know if the object is expired by a single flag, but if we want to know how expired the object is or how old it is in terms of game time, we can use this game ticker, right? And the game ticker could be more useful than the expired object, because then we could, if we want to somehow like make like a instant replay of like emulating mouse clicks and whatnot, having some type of variable that keeps track of game time would be helpful for that. So anyways, all this stuff, we're just going to call it game tick. So game tick, and this is game tick over here, right? So game tick, and everything should be symmetrical. So if we copy this, we can see symmetry here with the orange and the cyan, and we have copy first, we have load second, right? So copy into, so we take the file scope variable and we load it into the copy, and when we load, we take the instantiatable instance, right? And we load it into the file scope variables, right? So this is ugly. I've never done something like this before, but I figure I should just see it kind of all the way through and just see what happens, you know? Cross your fingers and maybe I get lucky and everything just aligns up perfectly and I'm good, but we'll see. Oh, hey, that... Okay, so let's see what this happens. So at 56, right? So like I said, I was thinking that the alignment, 56, does that look like 64 to you? Because it doesn't look like 64 to me, right? But, god damn it. So since it's failing on 56, if we're lucky, 56, 4 more bytes, 60, 4 more bytes, 64. So if we're really lucky, what we can do is we can be complete hacks, and we can, if we're lucky, I don't know if we're going to be lucky, but if we're complete hacks, what we can do is we can say 8-bit integer, right? And undef U08 right here. We can make an 8-bit integer for alignment, right? And we can just throw that in there in some random place just to make sure that everything works. So let's just duplicate this. So we got the I08 and then we got the U08, right? So this will be, is that in the proper, yeah, U08. Okay, so right here we're going to say define U08, right? So it's a unsigned 8-bit integer. And then over here, 02, 03, 04, right? You got 4 things here, 4 things there. Checksum is good. And yeah, so we're thinking we can just say AAC 2020, iMailbox, alignment. And this is just align, alignment, data alignment. This is a data alignment hacker, right? So at vid IID 0163, and the time is 5 hours, 56 minutes, and 23 seconds, right? So, this variable bit width may change as the struct variable needs to be whatever bit width will make the Moutemp struct align to 64 bits. Right, so we're trying to align it to 64 bits because we're on a 64-bit system, and that should be the word size. Boy, oh boy, this is never going to compile on a 32-bit system because we are just doing some weird stuff where it's not going to work on an architect. It's not going to work on an architecture that I have not designed for. So, okay. So we got this thing with some alignment here. And what we're hoping here is that in this Moutemp function, we're hoping that we can just go in here and we're going to say alignment hack, right? Alignment hack, and we can just steal this. We can steal this copy load, and we can take this hack ALN, hack alignment equals hack alignment. And then, right, symmetrical. And the alignment hack is the last thing, right? So in all this place where we're kind of defining all this stuff, we'll just put the, I'll put the alignment hack as the last thing. So we'll just say, or we might want to say hack alignment, right? Because it's a hack, and it's just because of the way we've done the verbiage for everything else. Because it's hack ALN, and then, right, eventually that hack part gets removed from this thing, right? The alignment is more important than the fact that it's a hack, right? So we want to, if we have to pick one or the other, if we want to pick that we're going to keep hack or alignment, it's more important to keep the ALN, and so that's why we want hack first and alignment second. So when we're doing this, right, the ALNs line up, we keep the ALNs in this variable here. Okay, so now the copy is, you know, from the instantiatable variable. The file version is from the file scope variable that, you know, it exists at file scope. And let's take this hack alignment, and then let's go into the undef section, right? So this is the undef section, and let's just do the same thing that we did everywhere else. So we're just going to take this, do that, change the define to an undef. Ugly, but yeah, I think it'll work. So let's make sure that this is used everywhere, right? So it should show up in 3 places, right? The undefs, we're actually doing our copying loading logic, and the defines, right? So 3 different places. Now, hack alignment and iMouseBox alignment. That means it has to be in 2 places. So it looks like we have the alignment here for the file scope variable, but then we also need to have it in here, right? So, so we're always gonna put the alignment variable at the very end, because the failure point for this is going to happen at the end, right? Where if we have excess bits left over, because if all this stuff doesn't line up exactly to the word size of the architecture, then it's going to end up failing somewhere near the end in our big for loop. So we want the hack for the alignment. Hack alignment must be last. Okay. So let's make this kind of more obnoxious than usual. And then this is going to be a UO8, and it's going to be called hack ALN. Right, so it needs to be the same kind of thing here. And then we'll take this section, we'll take it, we'll paste that there, we'll copy that out, and then we'll paste on the other side. Right, so this alignment must be last. So we can make a note of this, of when we added this. So 163, and the time is 6 hours, 1 minute, and let's say 50 seconds. Sure, why not? Okay, yeah, so the reason why we're doing this, right, is because memory alignment, right? So we're trying to copy from a whole bunch of file scope variables and load all these file scope variables into a temporary container. And then we want to take that temporary container and you want to copy it back into a whole bunch of file scope variables, right? And in order to test that this behavior is working properly, we just want to do a memory comparison of a temporary container, right? So we're going to take this temporary container, right, and we're going to one fill it, right? We're going to fill it with a whole bunch of binary ones. Then we're going to copy it over to the file scope data. And then from the file scope data, we're going to load that file scope data into another temporary container, right? So we're going to bounce back and forth. And then once we have done the round trip, we want to make sure that both temporary containers end up completely one-filled, right? And that's only going to work if the alignment of our temporary containers is at the word size of our architecture. Okay. Okay, let's just run it and see if we let's see if we can get this to not crash, because if we get it not to crash, then maybe we know what the hell we're talking about. Otherwise, if we don't get this working, then we just don't know what we're talking about, right? So also, we got the IO8. We need to... Oops. We need to undef UO8 here, and we actually have to define it up there. Okay, so O2, O3, O4, and then up here, we're just going to define UO8, right? So the idea is that my unsigns are next to each other, my 8 bits are next to each other, and my 32 bits are next to each other, right? It's all, everyone's next to each other. It's nice. Okay. So 2 and 3 and 4. Okay. Let's see what we got. Don't crash on me. Or don't crash in the same place, right? Like, I'll just be happy if it doesn't crash in that unit test. Like, if that unit test can still pass, then I'll be happy. Okay, so we're still failing on 56, huh? so let's look at this for a second. I don't think this should be last. If we look at this, we got 32, 232s, 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 right? All these 32s. Then we got 232s and 232s. Excellent. 232s, 232s. And then we have 16 and not 16. So I think I'm full of crap with the must be last. I think it should actually go right here for the alignment, and I think we'll be good. Let's hack alignment. Let's put it right here. And let's take back this, because we don't know what the hell we're doing. We don't know what the hell we're doing. I think that the alignment has to be here. Okay, yeah, so the alignment, I think, has to be here. And let's just not worry about the fact that we keep on moving around that alignment variable. Doesn't matter, it does not matter that, for this kind of copy logic, I don't care that it's at the bottom here. Let's not, I don't want to have to keep on moving around this, right? So, okay, let's try that. Let's see if we can get something. It keeps on failing at 56. Do we know what the heck we're doing, and will it actually pass this time, because now the alignment is correct, right? No, 56. Okay, so let's think about these indexes for a second. Dex is 56. That's in terms of bytes, right? Bytes? Yeah. So let's look at the code for a second and figure out where exactly 56 would be. And maybe that'll give us some insight as... So I'm determined that... Let's close this. I'm determined that if I look at this enough, that I'll be able to fix it. Well, 56 would be... Okay, here's 8 and 8. So this is... We gotta think in bytes here. So we got 8 here, we got 8 here, right? Okay, 16. 16 bytes. Another 16 is 32. Okay. And just division. Division, my friend, is your friend. 56 divided by 8. Right, let's just do that for a second. I don't know my multiplication tables. 7, huh? Okay, so the 7th thing, right? This is the first thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So do we have a problem with the UX, UI thing? Do we have a problem with that? Let's go look in here. So here's the function, and we say that that up thing might be wrong. So let's go look at that for a second. So we got click, and we have up copy, up X, up Y, UX, UI. That looks correct. So if we look at this, this looks symmetrical. That doesn't mean that we got the macros correct, though. Right? Like, that looks symmetrical, right? So these two colors are these two colors, these two colors are these two colors. It's the copy, right? So copy, then load, right? And when we load, we put it into the file thing. When we copy, we put it into the temporary variable thing. So we're doing X's and then Y's, X's and Y's. So let's analyze this really quick. So UX, UI. So X and Y, right? So that all looks good. Now the question is, perhaps we've done something stupid up here. Let's go up here. Maybe we got this wrong, if we're lucky. Nothing looks wrong there. I mean, So the copy is the UX, iMouseBox.ux, okay. The copy here is the UI, the file is the, okay, yeah. Is there possibly the, do we possibly screw up something above or below, right? So, if you look at this, we got the click Y, we have click X. That looks fine. How about DX, DY? I mean, that looks good. Okay, so WTFs, right? Because we get in this, like, really close, and then all of a sudden it's like, it just hates us. It's just like, no. Dex is 56. So, why? Why did we not look at this correctly? Like, is there something about the alignment of these objects that we don't quite understand? So, hold on. 32 bits, let's make sure that's, yeah, so 32 divided by 8, right? It's 8 byte color. Oh, whoa. 4 byte color, not 8. Oh, God. No wonder. Okay. So we're looking at the wrong thing. We're looking at the wrong thing because we can't math. 56. We don't want to divide by 8. We want to divide by 4, right? So every unit 32 is 4 bytes. 4 byte color. RGBA, of course. So it's 14. It's the 14th thing we want to look at. So we're looking at the completely wrong spot. And so now, if we look at this, maybe we can find something suspect here. We want to look in here, though, right? This is where, well, actually, not in here. We want to look in here. So it's the 14th thing in here is not filling out correctly. So here's 1, here's 2, here's 3, here's 4, here's 5, here's 6, here's 7, here's 8, here's 9, here's 10, here's 11, 12, 13, and 14? Really? Is that 14? Let's make sure of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, hold on. That index is 0-based, so it would be the next thing down here, right? It'd be this thing. So, Pix M2X. Let's go look for that. Let's see if we... oh, yeah, I bet we didn't handle any of these. Did we not just handle any of these? Let's go look at here for a second. Yep, wait. Yes? No? No. In here. Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. That would be a problem. So, mouse wheel notches, and then after mouse wheel notches, we were just like, haha, screw it. All this stuff that's after the mouse wheel notches, we're like, nope. Yeah, so we have mouse wheel notches here, but we have none of the right mouse button click stuff. So even that yeah, okay. So yeah, so let's just take this and okay, so we're getting somewhere. Okay, let's just steal this. Let's steal all this, right? Let's just steal all this, and let's go into the function, and maybe we don't want to steal it like that. Let's not worry about it too much. So it doesn't really matter the order that we copy this over. I just want to... Secondary mouse button variables is what we're copying over here, right? So let's just keep that section, and let's just delete all this cruft here. Let's delete this commentary. And this is what we want to do our copy-paste stuff on, right? So let's just nuke all this. And the alignment, though, we've already taken care of alignment, right? So the alignment hack could go anywhere. It's not always going to... The alignment hack is not necessarily always going to be in this section, right? Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we got these 7 things. So we're going to need to create kind of like stuff for this, right? So... Oh, wait. Is that where we already are? Oh, boy. There's... Okay. So we're already in the place where we want to define this stuff. So let's do that, right? So let's start define copy this thing, right? And can we just hold on? We can just auto-generate this stuff, right? Like we got this. This is our list. This is our list of thingy-mabobs, right? Let's not waste time on this. Okay. So these are our thingies. And we have a very normalized pattern of the way we're doing things, right? And the advantage of having that normalized pattern is we can steal something like this. And we can just say, you know, we can call it, oh, I see. Okay, well, we'll just call it xxx_xxx. And we'll hack it up a bit, right? So we'll get most of the work done, but not all of it, right? So we'll just have to take off this extra section after we run through this. So, okay. Farc template. Get that template over here. And we're going to just start filling it out, right? So this is the piece of code that we want, that's our source code. And we want to find... the thing we want to find is just the XXX thing, right? So we want to find XXX, right? And once we found the XXX, we're going to replace it with this stuff, right? So we're going to replace it with all these, right? So if we take this, copy and then file, copy file, okay. Yeah, so let's take that and let's run this. And now we have like everything basically filled out. It's just that we have to do a little bit of cleanup, right? So the cleanup we have to do is the excess token, right? So the way we made this align is the thing in the middle, right? Take out the things in the middle. Right, the more normalized we can get with our data, the easier stuff like this will be. So that's why I like the rigid uniformity of my code, so that I can just do this stuff and I don't have to worry about it, right? I can just make it happen, right? So because we've kind of auto-generated that, I'm pretty certain that it's correct. So anything that says file, right, is pointing to one of these file scope variables. Anything that says copy, right here, is pointing to one of these container variables, right? So you have a container version and a file scope version of the same stuff. And so now we're going to take all this code here and we're going to undefine it, right? So we did it like right before the hack, alignment hack. So we're going to go right in here and we're going to insert this. And then we're just going to, I don't know, I guess we can just do that. And then we can just do this. And then we can change this to undefs, right? So let's just change that to undef, which is easier than said than done, because now we got to go in here and just nuke all this, don't we? The order at which we did these operations may not have been the most efficient way. Okay, let's do this. Come on. Okay, so we've undeffed all these things, and the next thing we want to do is we want to write code for... let's just keep on stealing this stuff here, right? So, let's copy this code and let's put it over here, right? So over here, and yeah, let's just do that. And then, let's steal this as a template, right? Let's do the same thing again. So this is going to be our, like, xxx_xxx, and then over here is going to be xxx_xxx, right? This is the template. And we're just looking for, we should have just kept the thing originally, right? So let's just remove anything that's the, yeah, I should have just, should have thought before I did that. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 variables. 7 variables, is that correct? So if we look in here, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right mouse button. Not quite right now, is that? Hold on. No, I'm correct. Each one of these is one variable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, yeah, so we got 7 of these. And let's just take these. And let's get another template going, right? So let's go. And we are going to fill this out again, right? So we're going to take this copy load kind of deal here going here, and we're going to go put it over here, right? And then we're going to take all this code here, and we're going to put it in the tokens that we want to replace. And then what we want to find is we're going to find the xxx underscore xxx. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so we're going to take that, run fark, find and replace clone. And so now we have all of this code for copying and loading this stuff. Now it does kind of seem that, well, you know, since we have this indented, we might as well, that is kind of weird. That is kind of wonky, but okay. So now the next thing is, oh, that's all we got. Yeah, so now everything should be completely symmetrical, right? We used a automated shortcut, so I'm not really too worried about this, but we can spot check it really quick, make sure it's correct. And then also we have our unit tests that, you know, are going to make absolutely sure that we've done everything correctly. Okay, so that looks good to me. Copy load, right? And let's give this another shot, because I'm hopeful that we're actually going to figure this out. So, now that doesn't mean we won't have broken a whole bunch of other stuff. Ooh, okay. Nice. I'm still kind of scared here, because suspender hotkeys for a second. Okay. P for pattern. P for pattern. Yeah, let's do P for pattern. Let's go through here. It's going to be the mouse wheel stuff that may have totally broken on us here. Okay, so that's still working. Cool. Okay, I'm happy there. Do we still have, like, I, J, K, and L kind of working here? Yeah. Okay, cool. So now the next thing is we want to be able to... Ooh. There we go, exploding. So the state not synced with cursor position. So let's go copy that for a second. So in PAINT5D, let's close this to-do message for now. Actually, no, we maybe want to keep that open. PAINT5D, let's go in PAINT5D for a second. So, the down position, down state not synced with cursor position, right? So when does this happen? Well, first of all, let's just figure out what these are, right? So is it like one off? Is it like a whole bunch off? Did we just forget to set one of these variables? All right? Did we never set these variables and we set these variables? Like, what's the issue, right? So let's figure that out first, right? So print, oh wait, no, caps lock, where's my caps lock? Caps lock, okay. So printf, and we're gonna go dow d2x. So it could be that some things are like partially implemented, right? So that could be a lot of it. So we want to compare these, the x's, and we want to compare the y's, right? Those are the things that we're like, maybe those aren't synced up, right? So we want to do those. So we want to do the X's and Y's. And we might as well kind of like printf \n, and just kind of like, I just want to pad things out a bit so that I can see these clusters. And the cool thing is that we did our right click and we actually got some feedback, right? we crashed, but we got feedback, right? So, and holy crap, we got that alignment thing correct. I am doing some weird stuff, for sure. Also, what the hell? %D, oh yeah, because we can't, this stuff is, you know, mouse. Okay. Let's give that another shot. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Boom. No, yes, there, go, yeah. Okay, cool. I'm going to be up until, like, I might as well, like, go on Discord and say hi to Don Ho, because I will be up by the time he gets up to start his stream. So I might as well be like, hey, what's going on? What are you doing? Okay, so we got this. Okay, now we're going to do our right click and just see what happens. What goes wrong here? So what if we just very slowly move the cursor? Right, so I'm thinking that if we move it like this, okay, so to me, sure the hell looks like we just never set this, right? So, now, M2X, M2Y doesn't really need to be set, right? The pixel location for this is kind of like, why? Why do we even have that, right? Because are we only going to set that when it's in the down state, right? We could do that, right? If it's in the down state, we set this. Sure. But does that really make sense? It doesn't even really make sense to have this variable, does it? I think that what we did is we were like, when we're looking at this thing here, we were just like, oh yeah, we got all these variables. Huh. Let's just, I think we were just like, we just decided to create variables that we didn't really need, right? So pix mouse x, right? Why? Why do we need that, right? Because why do we need this? Because we don't need a mouse x position. We need a we don't need this, right? So first of all, let's comment this out. Like, I don't think this is necessary. Like, why? I think that we kind of copied everything because we just wanted to compartmentalize and think about just the, well, what could be nice is that if we just store that mouse, if we just store the, that when the mouse is down, we just store this position here, right? So, but hold on. Yeah, so this is like the, this could be the current position. Drag start position, right? So this could be the drag start position, and then what this could be is this could be drag current position. Drag current position. We could do something like that, right? It's a little bit wasteful, but we could do something like that, right? This is the drag start position, and this is the drag current position. And then in the Gina mouse, right? In Gina mouse, we could set that somewhere, right? We could say that on mouse move, right? On mouse move is where this kind of stuff would happen. We could say so we got this MX, MY thing, right? So what I'm thinking, update last. Have we clicked? Read native mouse event. Left mouse up or down, right? So right mouse up or down. Mouse move. It could just be whatever. Let's try that. So here's where this gets assigned. This is the right button, right? It says not used at this time. Look, we got it all set up for us already. Let's just roll with that, right? So this is the right mouse button, huh? That on mouse move is the right mouse button down, right? So if that's true, let's just say, you know, that this down so we're thinking that this is drag pause current and this is drag pause right, drag, this is the starting drag position and this is the current drag position. That's what we're kind of thinking. And so we could just say this equals, right, this thing here. We could just throw it in here like that, right? Or if we wanted to, because that means it's kind of order dependent, maybe we just want to set them both equal to that, right? I don't know. Actually, I kind of like how that kind of lines up. M2x is equal to mx, right? Okay, so M2x, M2y. Okay, so let's give that a shot and see what happens, right? So we just want to, first of all, we just want things not to crash, right? So we want those asserts to pass, and then if those asserts pass, we'll kind of keep on digging a little bit further. I am not going to bed until we get this click drag stuff going. So here we are. Okay, let's click. And nothing. So M2x, M2y. It's like MX, MY, right? So down right. And is there possibly, are we possibly setting this somewhere else, right? Are we, if we look for where we're setting this, are we zeroing this out somewhere? Are we not copying it? What's the deal here? Well, our test would say that we are copying it, right? It could be that. Let's look at this for a second. here's our define for these. Are we using them? And if we're not using them, then how the heck did they, Nope. Those are there. Our unit test would have totally failed on us if that was not the case. So my assumption here is that... Where are you? It's called write down, right? Write down. It may be in GenaWin, but it may be in the... Was it down right? Was it down right? Down right? Maybe it was in Gina Mouse. Is it in here? Yeah, so this thing here, I'm gonna guess that this is always, like, false for whatever reason, right? That down left... I'm thinking this never gets set. Oh, you know why? Because we're probably, like, inside the... Oh, mouse move. Oh, yeah, because... Oh, got it. It crashes before the mouse move happens. Okay. What's happening is this M to X thing is going to have to be set exactly when the mouse down is set, right? So the right mouse button down, we got down D to X, but this needs to be set here. The right mouse button down. And I don't know if the up also will have to do this, but when we do this down state, right? If the down state happens, then the mouse move isn't happening, right? So okay. Drag right mouse drag current, and this is right. So this is the initial D2X, drag 2X, right? So drag right mouse X, drag right mouse Y, the initial drag position. The current drag position M2X, M2Y, right? We have to set them both for that assertion not to fail. And that's fine if that's the case, if that's the way that it needs to go. Right, we have those assertions so that the assertions give us trouble rather than wondering why the heck our code isn't working properly and pulling our hair out, right? I would rather have these assertions fail than to have to look at really odd results and not know why they're happening, right? So this... Okay, so now 489... so now it's okay until we start moving, right? So let's try that again. So if we just click, it's okay. If we try to move, no dice. So I'm gonna guess it happens on our mouse up. That's what I'm guessing. I'm not sure, but let's just try this again. So let's go P for pattern, and then okay, if we don't move, and I'm thinking if we go down... Oh, no, we didn't even go up. We still kept it down, and it just failed as we were moving. Okay. So, down and current shouldn't actually match. right? Because down is the current. M2X is the current. This assertion is just bogus. Copy that. So we don't even know what these variables mean. We're like, hey, assertion failed, and we don't even know, we don't even know what the hell we're talking about here. So we don't actually, okay, it was just down. I mean, we can still use this, right? We could say that, this case, right, these should already be stored. We could say that we can do this as an assert if it's the first time the mouse down has happened, right? So if you look in here, we might be able to find that. Drag start, right? So if this drag start is 1, right? So if mouse ds2, so drag start 2, mouse something 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 ds2. I don't know what it is. Okay, if it's the drag start though, if it's drag start, then this is a valid test, right? So okay. So inside of our temporary kind of thing here, what do we do? Is ds2. So it's called is ds2. Test only valid if it is drag start. So so 6 hours, 41 minutes, and 44, how about 50 seconds? 52, how about 52? So yeah, this is only valid, this test, this code here is only valid if it's the drag start, right? If we're at the drag start, then both the drag start position and the current drag position should be exactly the same. There's no delta. Okay, so with that, we have ran out of space, so wherever we see printf, we're just going to put a macro in here. Hey, how's it go? Okay, all right. I got some broken stuff, but I will show you what I'm up to, really quick. I'm gonna have to, I gotta uncrash some stuff really quick, but then I'll show you what I'm up to. So let's boy oh boy, let's try to get this working as quickly as possible. So I'm gonna comment that out for now. Actually, I'm not gonna comment that out. Screw that. You're gonna wait, because I'm all over the place, man. I'm like all over, like, I don't know what's going on. So let's just do this really quick. Define printf as printf right here, and then at the end of this scope, we'll just undef it over here. Undef printf. We won't worry about it being nice looking. We just want to get this compiling. So let's go over here and let's try to get this compiling, and I can show you where I am. Progress is slow, but I have new stuff, right? It's not that much new stuff, but it's stuff. So let's see if we can get the stuff. Okay, so I don't know what you've seen, but this is a little texture memory viewer. So I store all of my variables inside of texture memory. So like every single pixel is a different variable, right? And so this is just my way of diagnosing visually that the memory looks correct, right? So it's craziness, right? But I don't know, it's working for me so far. Okay, so that's not what I want to show you, because this isn't that interesting, but I wanted to explain that. So here is the main editor. And you can see that I can click right now, and I can set these different pixel sizes, right? So, right, these different pixel sizes, I can set these different sizes. Now, it is kind of hard to see, right, because of the color. Now, if I can remember what my shortcuts are, which I don't remember what they are, but we can just try to press stuff and hope it doesn't explode on us. because I know somewhere in my color palette, maybe it's Q, maybe Q. Yeah, Q. There. So we got some purple, right? And what other colors? I think we have like. Okay, that must be all the way down. Let's go all the way up. Okay, so we got some yellow, and then I think red, maybe? No? Okay, and then the brush size. So we can change the brush size again. So we can go back up to a bigger brush size. And now the rendering... Oh, God. There, it exploded on me. Okay, let's run that again. So the rendering algorithm, those are debug colors for the rendering algorithm. They need to be changed eventually, but I'm not at the phase where I want to get the final colors ready. So eventually what we're going to do is I was talking to my artist, and they want to work from dark to light. So the opposite way I work. I like to work light to dark because I like to do like watercolor style. But I guess they like to work that way. Anyways, so let's go load P for pattern, right? So we got these patterns here, right? So that editor that I'm working on will help you kind of create tile sets like this, right? Let's kind of full screen this. Right, so we're in here. Right, so I don't know if I've already described this to you, but in an auto tile, you usually have 16 tiles in an auto tile. But for the way we're going to do this is we're only going to have 4 tiles used to create an auto tile. So this is going to be your top left tile, top right tile, bottom right tile, and bottom left tile, right? And from all of this, we can actually create all of the remaining 12 auto tiles that we need, all of the auto tile subtiles, right? So there's 16 tiles in a Wang tile auto tile set. And Wang tiles is the kind of auto tiles I like to use. There's a whole GPU Gems paper on that if you want to take a look at that. Let me see if I can throw that in there for you for a second. Let me see if I have the Wang tiles URL here. So let's say Wang tiles URL, whatever the heck. No, it's... oh, actually, my shortcuts are disabled because the editor... I have more to show you visually, but I just want to see if I can get this to you. Wang tiles URL. I think it's this. No. How about just Wang tiles? Wang tiles? Okay, let's... I will get to that later. I'll make a note of... Oh, never mind. My shortcuts are just slow. Okay, let's throw that in there. So I'm also going to make a note that before I go back to the code, because I do want to show you some more stuff. So I have more stuff to show besides that. But before I do that, I just want to say, you know, Wang tiles URL. So that did not work right off the bat. So the next time I do this, I want to use these. And let's go find the Wang tiles. So I think I had a shortcut that was just called Wang tiles, and that worked. Wang tiles Wikipedia, Wang tiles, this is the one I wanted to show you. So we're going to go back to the thing that says Wang tiles URL, and we're going to put this here. And sure, let's be done with that for now. Okay, so let's go show you some more stuff, because there is a little bit more, there's not much more. So my Win32 code, I don't know what I'm doing to make my Win32 code crash, but like when I'm not using the window, cancel. When I'm not using the window crashes. I gotta figure that out. Okay, let's just run it again, and I'll show you the one last thing that I'm working on, and that's gonna be all the interesting stuff right now. And then maybe I'm trying to get a click drag to work before I get out of here, before I go to bed. So let's do P for pattern. Let's load one of these in. And the last thing I'm going to show you is zooming. So right now we could zoom. Let's see, is it R and V? I think it's R and V, right? So if we zoom, you'll notice that the zoom is very kind of fast right here. Right, it seems kind of very fast here, and then when we go all the way out, it kind of slows down as you go out. And it's not actually slowing down and speeding up. What's happening is perspective, right? So imagine that, you know, the sun is in the distance, right? The sun's super far away, and you start going towards it, right? Well, it's going to appear really not to move until you start to get closer to it, and as you get closer to it, the visual acceleration will become more pronounced, right? And so what we have here is we have a linear zoom, and this linear zoom is actually painstakingly slow, right? This is like parallax, the term you're looking for. Yeah, actually, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no. I just figured it was all... Yeah. Yeah, no, it's fine. But anyways, yeah, parallax, yes. So parallax will cause that effect, right? Yeah. So usually when I think of parallax, I think of like side-scrolling, but yeah, you're right. It's parallax. That's the effect. But anyways, oh, I already kind of just showed this to you. But you see this when I use the mouse wheel. Content not found. When I use the mouse wheel, you'll notice that I can zoom in really quick. So, right? I can zoom in really quick. I can zoom out really quick. So the way we got the zoom to work really nice and punchy like this with the mouse wheel is we made a nice little lookup table. So let me go show you that lookup table really quick. So where the hell is that? It would be in, boy, I don't know. Let's go look up our list of things here. And so we have a list of all our subsystems. So let's jog our memory. Zoom common code, no, it's not in Zoom. Oh, it's in edit cam. So edit cam is functions that help the camera work like an editor camera, and then game cam is functions that help the camera work like an in-game camera. So edit cam is what we want to look at for that lookup table. And all we're really doing is we're canceling out the parallax. So let's look at edit cam and I'll show you what I mean. So in edit cam, we have this table, and this is the camera size. So the camera's biggest size is a 256 by 256 pixel region. So when the camera is the biggest camera is zoomed out the most, right? Because the camera size determines how much data can fit into the lens, you could say, right? So so when we make the camera rectangle huge, there's a whole bunch of detail in it, therefore it's zoomed out, right? If we make the camera only 2 by 2, so down here it's 2 by 2, then we're only looking at a 2 by 2 section of pixels, right? So this is very zoomed in. And so all we're going to do is we're going to cancel out the parallax effect by when we're zoomed in very far, every single pixel is very large, so we want to step by small amounts. And as the pixels get larger, we're going to step by larger and larger amounts. And we're going to try to keep everything in terms of powers of 2 if we can, right? So when we're down here, we're stepping by 2, right? And then this says step by 4 until we're 32 by 32, right? So we're stepping by 4 until the camera gets to the size 32 by 32. Over here, we see that we're stepping by 8 until the camera gets to 64 by 64. So here we have this, stepping by 8. Then over here, we want to step by 16 until we get to 128 by 128. Then over here, we want to step by 32 until we get to 256 by 256. And then for 512, we want to step by 64. So you notice that everything looks pretty nice here, where it's like, here's 4 values, here's 4 values, here's 4, here's 4. But then this bullshit right here, like, what the heck? It was all normalized and nice, and then for whatever reason, this section, it's not completely linear, right? So if we were trying to make a formula to cancel out this stuff, we would have a very hard time because this part is not consistent, right? Now, if everything was in nice groups of 4, we would be okay. We'd be able to make a formula for it. But sometimes it's just easier to make a lookup table, right? Sometimes, rather than worry about a formula for this, just make a lookup table. So basically what we do is to make this zoom very punchy, what we do is we just snap to one of the closest values in here, and then if we're zooming up, we'll go here, and if we're zooming down, we'll go down here. So if we'll snap the camera to this, if we're close to this, and then we'll either go to this next one here or this one down here, right? And that's how we get that zoom function. So let me close this. So let me run this one more time and show you one more thing that it's still zooming behavior. But I can mix the fine grain zoom with the coarse grain zoom, and everything still works nicely, right? So like if we're in here, right, we can zoom in really quick, and then if we want some fine grain zoom, we can do that, right? So we can just do this, and then we can fine grain zoom to our heart's desire, right? So Right, so we can punchy zoom, and okay, so now, what am I working on now, I guess? Oh, also we can do this. One more thing. We can pan. We can pan. So the next thing I want to work on, which is not done yet, is we want the left mouse is our brush. Left mouse is our brush, and if we still need to fix the brush, because right now it only sets the tile. We want the left mouse, the primary click, to one click will set the tile, and then another click will delete the tile, right? So none of this like eraser tool stuff, right? One mouse button for both setting stuff and deleting stuff, right? The reason for that is because then what we can do is we can left click to do brushy stuff, and then hopefully we can use the right click for pan, and we can use the middle mouse for zoom, right? So we can have like basically most of the things we need will all be like on our mouse, you know? Now I am currently working on the mouse click drag, the panning effects, because right now we don't have those, but I can kind of try to emulate that for you. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna try to emulate that. Oh, there I go. Nope. Wait. See me click dragging. See me, yeah, like this. Yeah. So, yep. And then, oh wait, nope. So right. So I want to go like this way, and then I go, right. So right, that's the kind of thing I want to do, right? But I actually just want to be able to like click right here, and then I want to be able to drag it over, and see when I try that with my actual left mouse, we're just crashing because I'm still working on that. So yeah, that's really just all the interesting stuff. I mean, everything else is just going to be tedious, horrible stuff. I'm going to try to get this done before I go to bed, but I make no... let me just read through here for a second and see if I missed anything. But yeah, there's not anything really more interesting, right? So it's just going to be a whole bunch of tedious me trying to get click drag working for the rest of the day here. But yeah, now how do you pronounce this? Was this Aeroaxy, or do I have that correct? And then and I know I probably asked that before. In fact, like if I have a shortcut for this, you know what? I can go look that up for a second, because maybe I have that in my notes. Aeroaxy. Let's see if we have you in my notes. Aeroaxy in my notes. Nope, nothing. His caps lock is broken all the time. My caps lock is kind of broken a lot when I have like my shortcut script. So sometimes my shortcut script will permanently turn on my caps lock. But it's not a mechanical failure. It's like a problem with the way I wrote my code. And what else? Yeah, I don't see anything else I need to address in here. Okay, yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna put this back up here, and I'm just gonna do my thing. And thank you for stopping by, because I appreciate it, because I've been working on this for, like, I've been here for, like, almost 7 hours, just hacking away, and it's nice to be able to show people some cool stuff once in a while. But anyways, there's not really going to be anything more interesting for today. That's just the interesting stuff. Now it's just me trying to figure out what the hell I'm breaking. Let's just say W. I want to make this message downstate. No. Downstate not synced with. How about just make a little exclamation mark. I just want to. There we go. There we go. Now the error message fits. I try not to go past that column, right? So, okay. So let's just try to run this again and figure out why our click drag isn't working, right? So we have some asserts for the clicking and dragging, and they're failing right now, and I want to figure out why that is. So let's just do this, and let's try to be more careful about this. So I noticed that if I just go right click and let go, it doesn't explode on me. If I go hold it down and then I drag, It took a little bit before it exploded on me there. It didn't do it right away. Okay, so let's see what the values are here. 438, 439, 384, 385. So they're off by, they look like they're off by 1, right? So that's an important clue as to what's going on here. And, well, hold on. Am I just even looking at the right thing? I'm not even looking, am I looking at the right thing? Oh, no, this is something different. Message error. This thing is, let's just go, yeah, different thing. Hold on. So it's not actually coming from here. It's coming from somewhere else. Let's go look for this. Find in files. So this error right here, what is it? On mouse down, on down 2. Down 2 just stands for right mouse button, right? So down 1 would be the left mouse button, down 2 is the right mouse button. That's all this stands for. So sometimes my function names get really long, and I just have to, like, abbreviate like crazy, just so that things stay. So OD2 is on, down 2, and 2 equals right mouse button, right? BTN, sure. And then, yeah, sure, let's just put that there. Okay, so something's failing in here. This thing's failing. And we see that is mouse down to, if it's less than or equal to 0, we're failing, right? So that makes sense because this mouse down code shouldn't be called if the mouse is not actually down. Now, the question is, why is that happening, right? Because maybe that's happening because there's some the window thread. No, I think right now we're not doing multi-threaded, so I don't think that's the problem. Like there's a possibility that the window thread is slightly not synced with the game logic thread, and therefore we enter here because this was flagged to true, and then once we get inside here, it's no longer flagged to true. That could be a thing. But yeah, so it's this thing here is kind of worrisome. Like, why is that not the correct state? And then when do we call this? So if we look at this, right, so we see mouse down 2 variable. So it's being set right here, right? We're saying, hey, it's set here. And then we call this callback, or not callback, it's not really a callback. I mean, so then here, we're checking it again. Well, first of all, it's not exactly the same stuff, is it? Because we casted this to int32, and oh, well, geez, well, what do I expect here? This cast is probably, no, that cast is probably fine where it is, but, you know, we might want to be more careful with that. So it might make more sense that we have the cast on the outside like this. Okay, so we have this, and we access this variable, we cast it to int32. Now, what is the type of that variable for a second? Like, let's close this. Let's close this. No, let's keep that open. Okay, so let's look at this. Is this unsigned? What is it? Oh, okay, so this is a 8-bit integer. It's an 8-bit unsigned integer, meaning that if we, well, it's a signed one, but it's very possible that if we upcast it, that, since we're changing bit widths, that we could end up going negative, couldn't we? Well, first of all, let's just not cast it, right? Like, if we're casting it, it's already signed. Is it already signed? Yeah, it's already signed, so let's just not do this nonsense, right? Now, if we want to, like, oh, hey, how's it going? Hold on, I'll take, hold on. So, if we want to make absolutely sure, like, if we, let's say that this was, like, a equal instead of a comparison, and we wanted to make absolutely sure we didn't do any accidental assignment, we can do something really hackish, and we can just do like a +0 here, right? So we could make sure that this is not assignable, right? So that if we wrote something like this, right, it would fail because we have the +0 here, right? Anyways, I think that the casting to the different bit width is doing some weird stuff. So I think that if we do that, I'm not really good enough with my C code to know why, but my hunch is sign extension, or I don't know why it was doing it for a signed integer, but I know with like an 8-bit integer, 255 for an unsigned value would end up being negative if we casted it to a signed value. So that's a thing, right? And then it would be negative, right? But yeah, so if this is less than or equal to 0, then that's a problem. Okay, so let's just change it. Okay, anyways, does casting have any side effects? Yeah, actually it does, yeah. So, I mean, we could, here, why don't we try that out, right? Why don't we try that out right now, right? Because yeah, let's like actually make a small C project, and let's go over this. Let's actually go over this, right? Because we can do that right now, right? So, and the thing is like all my code is batshit crazy, and it's hard to keep track of. It's not really that interesting to look at. So why don't we go over that and show you what casting can do to things? Because yes, it can definitely do crazy, batshit, horrible things. So let's go just in this file. Let's actually save this as let's just throw your question in here, right? So let's throw your question in here, and then let's save this as a C file somewhere. So let's go into our AutoHotkey CXX folder for a second and put this somewhere. So let's put it in like our demos, right? So let's have a demos folder, and let's go new, and let's go folder, let's go casting side effects. Now I don't know if you would really want to call them, I had problems in Java. Yeah, I mean, yeah, so Java has something called boxing and unboxing, right, because they do, Java is weird, right, because they have like their primitive integers, and then they have their class integers, which is like horrible, right? So int is not the same thing as integer in Java. Like I hate that nonsense. Yeah, and so casting like is going to be even more problematic in Java than it is in C, because at least C is like stripped down, and if you know what the memory looks like, yeah, integer.parseInt, yeah. So if you, if you know what's going on at the bit level in C, you're usually okay, but in Java, there's just weird nonsense going on. Double.parseDouble, yeah. Okay, so let's, call this, I'm just gonna call it cast, C-A-S for cast, because, you know, I do things in shorthand because I'm crazy. Okay, let's try to move this. Can I move this? Can we move this? Come on, can we put this in another window here? Did I just blow up my editor here? Oh, wait, no, it's like off screen. There we go. Okay, so that's not what I wanted to look at. Close that. Hold on, we'll get this. Let's move this over here. Too many editors open. Okay, so let's take this and start writing some code. If I don't catch number format exception, the compiler generates errors. Yeah, okay. So let's do this C code though. So let's just do int main void pedantic, because I'm lazy and I have shortcuts for this kind of stuff. Let's remove this bullshit. Malloc and free we don't need to use, so we'll remove that. Now we might want to keep a printf for the beginning and the end, just so that we can see what's going on here. And if we're going to do this, we're probably going to want to use very specific bit widths for things, right? So let's say that we want to, let's section this off for a second, right? So we'll call this main entry point. So I'm going to actually label this as I would label all of my other code in my crazy style for a second. So we're going to label this as main entry point, right? Because it's the main function. And then we're going to want to use bit widths, right? So let's try like int32 and unsigned 8-bit integer, right? So let's define int32, and then let's define UO8. Well, that's not going to work, UO8. Okay, right? So, you know, I like shorthand terse types, but these are the actual types. These are the actual types from the stdint.h header that comes with GCC. It doesn't just come with GCC. I'm sure that many other compilers come with this, right? So, okay, so let's undef int32, undef UO8, right? And let's do some stuff, right? So let's say that we have a UO8, and it's let's not be clever with our names. Let's just call it UO8. It's a variable called UO8, and it's a UO8 type, and it equals the maximum value of the UO8, which is 255. In other words, 0xFF, whichever you would like. I think that for our case, 255 makes the most sense, but we can also make a note right in here, inline it like that, say 255 aka this, and then let's just create a int32, and the int32 is going to be just called int32, lowercase, and that is going to equal, we're going to set it to 0, we're going to 0 initialize it, and interestingly enough, you can actually, this looks like complete nonsense, but you can actually do this. Right, now why can you do this? Why is this proper? I have some hypotheses on that, but I don't completely know why. Right, this is the syntax for like zero filling a struct, and it actually works on just single values for some reason. I wouldn't write code like that though, because it's confusing as heck, but you can do it. Anyways, so we got these things here, and what we want to do is we just want to say that int32 equals, and we're just going to say, take an int32 cast of that UO8 variable, right? And we're going to see what that happens to that, right? So we're going to do like a printf of the UO8 variable. Actually, no, it's UO8 lowercase. Sorry, my bad. %d. And then UO8. And then we're going to do a printf of this thing, right? And we're going to see what those are, right? So let's give that a shot, and some abbreviation goes here. Well, the abbreviation, we've said CAS, and that abbreviation stands for casting. Yeah. So if we want to be more whatever-ish, this is our include section. Now let's stop with that. Let's just get this running. Okay, so let's make a quick file to run this, right? So I'm gonna just say hkmfc11. Let's see what that looks like. That's kind of verbose and clunky, so let's use a different script. Let's do hkmfc11 light, I think it's a shortcut. Oh, hkmf light. That is lighter than I thought. That'll work, though. That'll work. But I would like something... Well, maybe for learning purposes, maybe we should keep it kind of, like, small. Alright, so GCC command, the language is C, right? So this is the language flag. The language is C. And then this is the compile flag, and this is what we're going to compile. But it's not this. It's going to be cas.c11. And then the output file is this little face. That's my object file. And we're going to compile as 64-bit, right? And then after we have compiled, we want to link. So this is the linking phase. So the output file for the linking phase is going to be called exe.exe, and we need to supply the object file, and the object file is this little face, right? So we're keeping it dead simple here. Then right here, we're going to invoke that executable, and then we're going to pause the console, right? So that way, if we double-click this script, we'll be able to see the result because we'll display that. So let's just save that and as cas.sh, and then let's go open the containing folder in Explorer, and let's give that a shot, see what we got here. So let's just double click that and see if I haven't made any massive screw ups. And I have made some type of massive screw up somewhere. Unknown type name, uint8. Did I not? Oh, well, duh, I'm being stupid. So, right, we kind of even have in the commentary, stdint, and then what did we not do? Yeah, this thing. Stdint, right, and this is for int32 type, uint8 type, etc. Right? Okay, let's give that another run. Right? So let's double click that. We obviously just made a very stupid mistake here. Okay, so what do we got here? So I actually did not expect that. So I think it probably did some sign extension, and that's why it probably did sign extension, and that's why we're getting the same value, right? So let's try something else. Let's try to subvert the sign extension. Let's see what we can do here. So here's our cast, and it looks like if we properly cast, I think that the cast itself is doing sign extension, and therefore we still get the same value. However, if we were to use some void pointer nonsense, I bet we could get that to not work. So let's give that a shot. So this int32, I'm thinking instead of this cast here, we could do like a void pointer cast. And the void pointer cast isn't going to touch the bits in here, right? And so if we do a void pointer cast and then we do an int32 cast, I think we might get a different number, right? Instead of them both being 255, I think we'll get something different. Now, I could be wrong, but let's give that a shot and see what happens, right? So, you know, let's experiment, and maybe interesting things will happen, right? So let's see what happens here. Object int32, what do we do here? Void pointer cast. Cast to int pointer from integer of different sizes. Okay, yeah, okay, fine. So does that, oh, so I think that safety is gonna... We're trying to screw things up, and my compiler is not gonna let me screw things up. Because I think that, yeah, because we basically are told that before we cast, so when we cast a void pointer, right, a pointer is basically your largest bit width integer, right? So I'm on a 64-bit operating system, so it's basically saying, hey, you got to upcast to 64 bits before you cast a void pointer. But guess what? If we upcast this to 64 bits before we cast a void pointer, we won't have any problems, right? So we can do that, though. We could say we would need a uint pointer for that, or a sure, uint pointer. And let's just define that for a second. So define uint pointer. And so uint pointer, uint max t. So basically, I'm not saying that it's a pointer, I'm saying that this is the size of a pointer, right? This is the bit width of a pointer. So this variable is the bit width of a pointer because it's the uint max type. I think that there's a more proper way to do this. There's like a uint pointer type, but this has been working for me, so that's what I'll stick to. Now, I don't think we're going to have any problems doing this. I think that because of this upcast to the maximum bit width before we do it to a void pointer, that casting back to int32, this is still going to work, right? And it's just designed to... it's designed to... I'll show you why it's working after we run this. Oh, wrong thing, god damn it. Wrong code. Let's close this. Wrong thing. Okay, so let's go over here and double click this. So I think that's still going to work. I think we're still going to get the same numbers, but we can, oh, wrong code. So this is capital I32, right? It's the type, not the variable, my bad. Okay, let's give that another run. And we'll show you what happens. So, cast from pointer to integer of different size. Oh yeah, because we upped it to, it does not like us doing any of that, does it? Let's just, how about if we mask it? Can we mask it? God, this is... Okay, you know what? This is... Okay, let's get this working first, and then let's, yeah, my compiler settings aren't going to let me screw anything up. So... Before we cast it back, we have to cast it... We gotta take this void pointer. This is 64 bits. We have to cast it back to a 64-bit integer, and then we can downcast it. Now, we could lose precision, so I don't know if it's going to let us do that, but let's see if, right, because we're going to truncate our number, and let's just see what happens. Let's, oh, God, wrong code. Let me close this. Cancel. Okay, let's wait for that, and then I'm going to close this terminal, so I stop doing this. Let's close this terminal. Cancel. We'll come back to this later, right? Okay, so let's run this again and see what happens here. Okay, so still 255 and 255. So the reason for that is a thing called sign extension. So let's try to show you what that's about. So first of all, this nonsense here, let's make this problem a little bit simpler again, right? So let's just take that U08 value and upcast it to int32, right? And so we're not getting a problem, we're getting the same value, right? And we want to know why that is. Let's make sure that this runs, and then we're going to add some more code to look at the bits. Okay. Or we're not going to look at the bits, we'll just look at the hex value, right? So let's just do, I have a little shortcut, printf hex should work. Hex value, not a pointer. We're going to use lowercase hex, I would rather use uppercase hex. And then we'll put these values in here, right? So we'll, let's actually just, I want to look at that for reference. And so percent 0 and x, and I don't think that's going to pad it, though. I think we need, like, here, hold on. Printf hex pad to, how many places? 4 places, 8 places, RGBA, 32 bits, FF, that's 8. Okay, pad to 8 places. Let me see if I have a shortcut for that. Because the syntax, so that's what I want, but that wasn't the exact shortcut. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this code here, and we're gonna create some shortcuts so that next time I do this, printf hex pad to 4 places. I also like 4 places sometimes. Okay, so that's also not working. So we're just gonna take this, and I just want to have this so for next time I'm looking for this, it's there. So I'm gonna just take this really quick, and I'm gonna put it in my notes. So hold on here. I'm just gonna paste this and put it in my shortcuts so that I have it for next time. Okay, so anyways, this is the code we want for printing off the hex to 8 places. I guess I actually had that correct, right? So, I don't know exactly what this means, but we can always look at the manual if we're really confused, right? So if you want to look at the manual, you can. I'm just going to use my snippets and not worry about it, right? But this is printing off the hex to 8 places, right? So, I don't know exactly how the syntax works. I know this X means capital or lowercase hex, but I don't remember what this is about, right? You obviously can tell that this 8 has to do with the 8 places, but the 0 is also important for the 0 fill. So I think the 0 creates the... Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how that works, unfortunately. There is good documentation on that if you want to read the manual, though. Okay, so we're going to take this, and we're going to print off the hexadecimal versions of these things and see what they look like. Okay, so let's give that a run and see what we got. Okay. And not what I expected. I expected some type of, Okay, let's think about that for a second. U08 FF, yeah, that's correct. And then int32, oh, it's positive. So if it's positive, you wouldn't need a signed bit. So we're not going to see any of that sign. We're not going to see any sign extension unless we start with a negative small bit value. My bad. Okay. But yeah, so let's try something else. Let's try. So let's do this and say, let's say a signed version, right? And the maximum value for a signed 8-bit integer is like half the range, right? So it's like 127, I believe. We can look that up really quick. So let's just go over here. So it should be 127 or 128. Max value of signed 8-bit integer. It should be 127. But let's look that up. So it's either 127 or 128. 127. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it's 127. Right? Because if you use 1 bit for the signed value, then you lose half of your numbers, right? That's just the way it works. Okay, so we'll make this well, what we could do is we could, oh, that's one thing we could do, right? We could, let's try that. Let's, there, now we have this should be the maximum negative number here, right? So this is an 8-bit integer, set it to the maximum negative number, right? Just use hexadecimal there. And then this is going to be anywhere we see U08 right now, we're going to change it out with the I08, right? So, and also, I don't think we have a, let's define I08 right over here. Okay. And then down here, undef that. Yeah, let's just see what happens here. 8-bit integer. Okay, so we have the 8-bit integer, we set it to this, right? So the maximum negative number, and then over here, we're going to take that negative number and we're going to increase its bit width, and I'm expecting some lots of 1 bits. I think for sign extension. I think this is what I'm expecting. I could be wrong here. Okay. Okay, yeah, let's give that a run, see what happens, and then if things start behaving in a way where I'm like, I don't know what's going on, then I guess I'll read the manual. So I'm actually a little bit confused. I think that the good thing is it's less problematic than I thought it would be. Where, you know, casting, right, we always get the same values, right? But I'm surprised that we haven't seen any, well, let's mess with some other values. So, let's say that this is, let's try 127. I don't know. Let's just try something else. Let's try like let's say 2 set bits. So 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1. So 3. 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 2 set bits is gonna be a 3. But it's negative. No, that's not going to be quite right. It's neither a negative 4 instead. I think. Let's take a look at that. See what happens. After this, we can go read up on sign extension really quick. And then maybe we'll look at like a Geeks for Geek example and see if we can find an example, because I can't really it may be how I'm printing off these values. That could be a problem. So maybe we want to, maybe trying to print this off as hex is not really doing us justice. Well, actually, yeah, let's actually look at so the good part is you don't really run into problems if you cast everything. But I wanted to see if we could try to make something that would actually cause problems, and I'm not seeing it. So let's go look at see if we can find like a Geeks for Geek example on sign extension. And see extension C, right? So let's see if we can find like an integer promotion. Yeah. Okay, some data types like char, short, int take less number of bytes than int. These data types, please don't do this to me. Don't pretend you're like Tumblr or whatever the heck. What? Yeah, anyways, these data types are automatically promoted to int or unsigned int when an operation is performed on them. This is called integer promotion. For example, no arithmetic calculation happens on smaller types like char, short, and enum. They are first converted to int or unsigned int, and then arithmetic is done on them. If an int can represent all values of the original type, the value is converted to an int. Otherwise, it is converted to an unsigned int. Okay, got ya. So it's converted to, it favors an integer, but if there's not enough bit width for an integer, then it will be promoted to an unsigned int instead. Okay. And we have a little example program, 30, 40, some math, but okay, I'm okay with integer promotion. I just want to look at sign extension. Now, are we just not in the, yeah, we don't even we're not even, this doesn't even cover sign extension. Oh, sign extended integral. Sign extension example C. Let's try that. Sign extension. I guess we could go on Stack Overflow, see what they got. Somebody probably has an example of sign extension, since I don't know what the heck I'm doing. But the idea is that usually when you make something, when you promote something to a higher bit width, you have to account for the signed bit. And with a 2's complement integer, you can do something called sign extension, where instead of 0 filling a number when you widen its bit width, you 1 fill it, right, with 1 bits instead of 0 bits. And that's called sign extension. And that helps maintain the original value when you increase the bit width. Sign extension here. So yeah, so these are the 1 bits, right? These are the 1 bits, and right, this would be sign extension here. Oh, do we have to just do some shifting? I don't know, this might be something I want to cover later because I'm too tired to figure this out. Oh, maybe we can find a video on it rather than have to do this. What is A here? Hold on, let me look at this a little more. Unsigned int. What the hell is this? What kind of language am I looking at here? Hold on. Is this even C code? Well, it says C code, but what the heck is this? What the hell is? Wait. This is just their formatting. So I rarely do this because I hate it can be very problematic with type defs. So unsigned int. This is unsigned int, right? Because there's a comma here. I don't usually use the syntax. So this is unsigned int. And well, hold on. Why is there the colon? It's a struct. Wait, can you give initial values in a struct? I thought you could only do that in Go. Okay, hold on here. Oh, I want to see if that's valid C code. I thought you couldn't do that. Can you assign defaults? I thought you can't assign defaults. Okay, let's just try that. I want to see that for a second, see if that runs. Or if I'm looking at nonsense. Am I looking at nonsense? Oh, maybe I'm not looking at nonsense. Maybe you can't assign default values. I thought that was only something you could do in Go. Go is kind of like a modern C, they say. So, is that a default value? Let's go look at that for a second. Now I'm just all over the place. Default value, C99 struct. Default value for struct member in C. Maybe you can do that. You can't do this. This would be wrong. Structure is a data type. You don't give values to a data type. You give values to instances, blah, blah. So it's not possible in C. So my assumption is it's not possible in C. So what the heck syntax am I looking at? Does anyone know by any chance? Does anyone know that what the hell I'm looking at? You cannot do it this way. Yeah, I've done this before, right? So, right, you create your struct, and then this right here is an instance of the struct, right? So, C is kind of weird where, well, here. You got to think about substitution here, right? So if we were to declare an instance of a struct, we would call it struct name of the struct, and then struct name of the struct type, and then the name of the instance, right? But instead here, what you can do is you can just, instead of giving it the name of the type, you can just literally put the literal definition. You can use substitution like that, and this is valid syntax. This is very confusing to read for me, but this is an instance of this struct, and there's actually no name. Or actually, am I lying here? I might be lying here. Yeah, I might. Oh, this is the name of the... hold on. Oh, no, this is the name of the type def. Sorry, this is the name of the type def, but the struct has no name. Okay, yeah. Okay, got it. Okay, then what the heck? Uh-huh. Then what the heck is that syntax I'm looking at? Like, what the heck is this? Okay, well, one thing we can do when we don't know what the hell we're doing is we can, I'm pretty sure these are instances, but how is that? So this is like this, like if we wanted to, we should be able to do this, A and B, right? We could do this, right? Those aren't special words, as far as I know. Well, we're about to find out. Let's run this. Yeah, that still runs fine. But what the hell? How the hell can we... Oh, wait. Is that is this a bit width specifier or something? bit width specifier struct something, or is it an alignment specifier? Alignment specifier C99. It might be like an alignment thing. Hold on. C struct size alignment. Okay. How to align memory alignment and C structs. Yeah. But isn't there syntax? I guess we could try to look for... I thought it was an alignment thing. Hold on. So, colons instruct definitions C99. And then I'm going to put, colon instruct, colon instruct. I've seen this thing before, but I never use it, and so I forget what it is. Colon instruct, what does it mean? Let's go look this up for a second. Oh yeah, this thing right here. So I feel like this is some type of an alignment thing, right? Oh, bit fields. Bit fields? 4 preserved bits. 8. Aha. 4 reserved bits, 8. What the hell? Okay. I can see why they... bit field, for example. Okay, so it's a bit field. So I thought it was something with alignment. These are bit fields, basically the number after the colon describes how many bits that field uses. Okay. Here's a quote from MSD in describing bit fields. The constant expression specifies the width of the field in bits. The type specifier for the declarator must be unsigned int, signed int, or int. The constant expression must be a non-negative integer value. If the value is 0, the declaration has no declarator. Arrays of bit fields, pointers to bit fields, and functions returning bit fields are not allowed. The optional declarator names the bit field. Bit fields can only be declared as part of a structure. The address of operator cannot be applied to bit field components. Unnamed bit fields cannot be referenced, and their contents at runtime are unpredictable and can be used as dummy fields for alignment purposes. An unnamed bit field whose width is specified as 0 guarantees that storage for the member following it in the struct declaration list begins on an int boundary. Okay, got ya. The example defines two-dimensional arrays of structures, name, screen. Okay. So now, is that saying this is 8 bits, this is 4 bits, or is it saying that these are collections of 8 and the collections of 4? I'm not sure. Okay, well, now that I know what that is, I'm going to go put that in my notes. So for next time I find that, I can look for colon instruct. I never use these, though, so it's a bit field. Okay. C99 bit field URL. I'm going to put that in my notes. Okay. Well, let's close this stuff. Anyways, so yeah, I'm not seeing many possibilities for screwing things up with casting. Now, I could do a better job at kind of figuring that out, but I really want to get my clicking and dragging done, so... yeah, I'm definitely not an expert at C code, right? I'm more of like a, I would call myself intermediate, I think. I don't know. I know enough to get the job done. Okay, so let's put this back over here for a second. And let's just try to solve this click-drag mystery. Let's open this in Explorer. Let's put this back over here. And let's get Bash here, get our terminal open so that we can start running this project. I'm not going to bed until I get this click-drag done. So now if you can find an example explaining sign extension to me, that'd be cool, because obviously I don't know what the heck I'm doing. It's kind of like you know the parts you need to know, right? Like, information is really on a need-to-know basis, right? So the things that I do where I need to know exactly what's going on, I know exactly what's going on, but if I don't need to know because I've never had a problem or issue with it, then I don't really... I know I've encountered a problem with sign extension like once, and somebody pointed it out to me, but yeah, I mean... it's really like, there's so many things that I don't know, and it's just because I've never needed to know them because I've never had a problem with it, you know? Okay, so anyways, let's, /AAC 2020.sh, right, that's my build script. Let's kind of zoom in here a bit, so that we can kind of see what the heck I'm typing. And give that a shot. And we're just gonna, we're gonna drink some more coffee here. Even though technically it's no longer Monday, but I still have the same cup of coffee, so I'm going to take advantage of that. Okay, so we want the click drag to work. We don't know why it's not working, and we just want to figure out why our certs are crashing, right? So if we hold down the right click, we're okay. If we move a little bit, we're okay. Move a little bit, okay. Move a little bit, oh, okay. So there's some inconsistency, right? So sometimes it works and then sometimes it fails. And so the question would be like, what's going on there? I'm not sure. I'm not sure why that is. So let's go find the, okay, let's do this. Let's close all this. Let's close everything and get kind of a clean slate for what we're focusing on here, right? So let's actually just close everything, right? Let's close everything and just so sometimes you just gotta like start with a clean slate, right? Because we got all this stuff open. Let's close it all so that we can really focus on what's going on, right? So we only want the... It's kind of like a, you know, in a story problem, where like a story problem has like all these variables that don't even matter. But it's like the variables are there just to confuse the heck out of you. Same thing can happen when you're writing code. You got too many things open, and we just want to hone in on exactly what's going on here, right? So, okay, so this thing here is, yeah, this is kind of why we were looking into the sign extension stuff, because maybe we're encountering something like that, right? Because if this is less than or equal to 0, and then this over here, right? It's only being called from here, right? Or is it being called from more than one place? Oh, wait. Oh, no. Okay, so, in C code, the truthy state, like, if this is to evaluate as true, the way that happens is if the value is non-zero. Non-zero is true, but the way I do things is usually I do things where if it is positive, it's true. If it's negative, it's false, and then if it's 0, it's undefined. Right? That's the way I like to do it conventionally. So I've been getting kind of lazy with these, and that's leading to some trouble. So I bet somewhere we have a negative in here. We have a negative, or we forgot to initialize something, right? So if we look for this in files, we're either going to find at some point we set something to negative, or at some point we forget to initialize. So, hey, look at this. This isn't initialized over here, so let's go look at that. Well, that's just the starting state. So, I mean, that could do it. This mouse down. We copy it. So what is it copied from? So it looks like the problem might not be happening in this. It might be happening in the file scope version of the variable. So let's go look for this for a second. So where is this? And is that being kind of? Did we forget to initialize it and we set it to something negative? What's going on there? So we got like a 0 and a 1. So here we're going plus plus. Are we getting overflow? Are we getting overflow? Is this like only like a... This is only 8 bits. It's going to overflow pretty quickly, and then that would happen. So let's go look and see the bit width of that, because probably if we look at the bit width, we're going to see like only 8 bits, right? So once you get to 255, you overflow, and then bam, you have problems. You get back to 0. So let's go look at that and say iMouseBox. So we wanted to know, keep track of how many frames you were dragging for, right? So makes sense. That's a thing, right? We might want to do. But we might want to have enough bits to where it doesn't roll over. Yeah. Look at that. So this is gonna roll over right away, right? Once we get to count to 127, it's gonna roll over, and it's gonna hit 0 again, right? And so that's what's happening, right? It's well, even if that were the case, how is it doing it? No, that's definitely gonna... Oh, yes. Wait, no. Let me think. Oh, wait. It's a signed integer. It's signed, right? So what's happening is this is going up, it's going up, it's going up, and then eventually it overflows. It ends up negative. Negative is technically a truthy value in C code, so it evaluates as truthy, but then the other comparison, I say, hey, make sure you're not... Okay, yeah. So, do we really want to know how many frames we've been dragging for? Like, is this really important to us, or do we really want to know this? Because if we want to know this, we could know this. We could use like a bigger number, right? And then we would have this. We'd have this and be able to use this. So let's think about that. Do we really want to know? Because if we really want to know, we're going to have to widen the bit width to something that's not going to roll over right away. So something that's like 32 bits. 32 bits signed is probably enough. So if we do like 2 to the power of 32, and then divide that by 2. So if we take this, divide that by 2, right, for a signed integer, right, half the range. So we're in the... Here we got million... Okay, so... Now here's our millions, and then here's our billions, right? So, if it's going like this, it's still going to take forever to roll over. So yeah, we could just use a signed 32-bit integer. If that's like really what we want, then we can do that. But these need to be signed 32-bit integers, and our alignment might be off again if we do this. So if that is the mouse down, it's the mouse down variable we want to do that for. So int32 mouse down, and things are not going to be correctly aligned. Our test code is going to fail us here, probably here. So let's see how this fails us if we do that, because it's going to... we did some weird stuff, and so the alignment of our struct. So our alignment's still on. Okay, cool. So we got lucky there. Honestly, we got lucky. But let's go over here and do... With 32 bits, we should be able to... Or not. I really thought that 32 bits was going to be the solution there. Let's see what we got here. So it's not an so I thought it was an overflow problem, but maybe it's not. Oh, you know what it is? Oh, wait, it's because we're just being stupid. So the reason why we're not having problems from the alignment from just changing this is because this is not the instantiatable version of the data. That is this over here. And so this MD2 thing here, right? So this thing here, right, is this right here. And this is still, our, this is still our 8 bits, right? So we have to actually make this an int32. We gotta make it the same bit width. Now this is gonna cause some alignment problems because now we got 8, 8, 8, and then a 32. So for the alignment to work again, we're gonna have to, we might need another alignment variable. Watch, this will crash on me, I bet. So, but yeah, if that's what we want to do, we can do that. We just gotta, see where this is gonna crash. So we're at like 79. 79, that's a weird number. Is 79 divisible by 4 or 8? Does that actually have... 79, I don't think so. 79 divided by 4. Let's try 4, right? If it's... Yeah, I don't think so. So, yeah, so the alignment is now off. Because we've introduced this 32-bit integer here. So the thing is this alignment variable, we probably don't need this alignment variable anymore, right? Or 8 and 8, and possibly what we need to do is, if this is 8 and 8, that's 16, and so maybe we need another 32-bit, right? So this alignment variable, we might just be able to make that 32, and that'll fix our alignment. And then this hackish alignment variable, does it exist over here? Yeah, it does, actually. So we're going to make this a U32. And now we're going to try to run this again. And we're doing some weird, crazy stuff we shouldn't be doing. And our unit tests are... we're like 78. God, I don't want to deal with this. Okay, let's look at this. Let's try to get everything in clusters of 64. Okay, so let's look at this. We got 32 and 32. So we're going to assume the word size of our architecture is 64 bits. So here's one cluster is 64, next cluster. So all these pairs are working here. These are all pairs. And then down here, still pairs of 32s, and then guess what we got here? Not a pair of 32, right? So if we want to fix that, we could just make this 32. 16 and 16. That gives us another pair. That gives another... Okay, we could do 16. We could do int 16. Why not? Just for the heck of it, right? So these two are 16-bit integers now. Signed 16-bit integers because we're obviously... let's put that over here. Let's undef I16. Oh, you even have... int 16 isn't something I use very often, so... int 16, we're just gonna... Okay. And I'm gonna keep on coding until I get my scrolling code working. int 16, actually we have a shortcut for that. Define I16, int 16, cool. And then let's just move these up. And then make the fifth define here, right? So you got these little checksums. And so we made these two int 16s. And so in the place where we have this stuff here, MD2, these things right here. Did we really screw that up? M2D, and DS2. Oh yeah. So hold on. So these two. Hold on. Let me start over here. So these are 16 bits. So these 8 bits are now int 16s. And we're thinking that's going to fix our alignment. So basically what we're doing, the reason why everything is doing weird stuff, is we have this kind of like, this file scope library that just stores a whole bunch of mouse data, right? And it's just a collection of file scope variables, right? And then over here on my right monitor, we have an instantiatable version of the same data, right? So it's a whole bunch of, so it's actually a struct, and it's called Moutemp. So it's all of this stuff loaded into a temporary container so that we can pass it to functions that take the container. The reason for that is I wanted to have a nice canonical place where there's like the authoritative variables, but then I also wanted the flexibility of passing around a container. Now the problem with that is we had to make some code that takes all these variables right here and copies them into here, right? And that's very error prone, right? So the way we decided to write a unit test code to make sure that the copying from here into here was working correctly is that we created a copy function that copies from here to here, and then we also created a copy function that copies from here to here. And what we did is we took an instance of this data over here, and we zero-filled the struct, right? We zero-filled the struct, and then if we we one-filled the struct, and then we loaded it into here, into these variables. And then after we loaded it into these variables, we took all these variables and we loaded them back into another instance. And if all of the memory alignment works correctly, then we'll end up with 2 instances of this data type where they're both one-filled, right? But that only works if the alignment is on, right? If the alignment's off, then that doesn't work because you get non-addressable space within your struct, right? Like bits that you don't want bits for this code, for the unit test code to work like that. You have to have all the bits be useful, right? So if you have bits that are not used by any single variable in your struct, then that kind of test is not going to work. So everything is in pairs. So we got this thing here and that, right? Paired. These are all paired. These are paired. These are paired. Paired. And then right here, that's not going to work. Hold on. 64, 64, 64, 64, 64, 64, 64, 64, 64. What the hell am I doing? Okay. So let's make this an int 32. Right, 64. And then let's just make this an int 32. Right, if we just make that int 32, our problem's over, right? Because we got a pair here. The alignment, we got a 32. Or actually, no, then this has to be 64, doesn't it? Hold on. Paired, paired, paired. Paired. We can just get rid of the alignment. Or, we can just make alignment 64-bit. So the alignment variable is going to go wherever it needs to go to fix things. So it's going to be a U64 now. And then over here, we're going to have to undef U64. This is what I get for doing hacky stuff. Okay, and then over here, we're going to go here, Control D, and then this is going to be U64. Actually, no, we don't duplicate it. Let's just define U64. Okay, so that's a 64-bit width type. And some of our bit widths are off, so we have to make sure everything matches here. So everything down here has been a disaster that we need to revisit. So we have M2D. So M2D, M2U, DS2, right? So all these things are now int32s. That's fine. Okay, and then this wheel mouse thing, that was always int32. The alignment, though, this alignment variable is now a U64. Okay, so the alignment is a U64. This is int32 now. Okay, so let's give that a shot. So I think that that'll fix the alignment. The alignment is now back to something that'll work. And if it doesn't, then we're going to have to keep on figuring out what the heck we're doing wrong. U64, that's because we didn't make this type over here. So U64, there's nothing U64 in here, right? So we need to undef U64 over here. And then over here, let's duplicate this. And this is also, well, not duplicate this. Define U64. Okay. And okay, let's give that a run. See what we got here. And I think I have the alignment correct now, right? It'll fail. The unit test will fail if the alignment is not correct because, like I said, the way it's set up. So okay, so have we been only going for? Man, it feels like I've been going for so much longer because like I had a break at the shop in between, so it's like, okay. So now we shouldn't have that. We should be able to left click and hold it, and it won't crash on us now because it's going to take forever for that number to roll over, right? With 32 bits, right, every extra bit you add, you get exponentially more space, right? So 32 bits is just a gigantic number in the billions. So we're not going to overflow anytime soon, and therefore that assert isn't failing us anymore. Cool. So with that, how do we make this kind of click drag happen, right? Because we got like everything, we got most of the things in place that we need for this. We're just missing something. We're missing some key part here. And I honestly forget where it is. I forget, like, we started writing this code, like, earlier today, like, hours ago, and I don't know where this code is. So, let's think about it. Is it going to be in PAINT5? Where the heck is this code? I don't even know where I put it. So hold on. We're going to go to our hashtag documentation, and we're just going to be like, where is the drag code? Well, these are just... That's fine. Right, we're just gonna like throw this in here. I don't know. This is the question I have. Where the heck is that? I don't remember. I don't remember where I put it. Well, is it somewhere sensible? Is it put somewhere sensible where... I mean, that's good that we don't remember where it is, because if we did things in a sensible manner, we should be able to actually look at the code and figure out where that is. So either the drag common code, and it's not going to be in there. But that would be... We would definitely look in here first, right? Because everywhere else it says drag com. It's the only thing that says drag in it, right? So let's open up drag com. And... let's kind of use... let's use dragcom as a... Since this is where we kind of... When we're trying to find that click drag code, the first thing we open was dragcom, right? So what would be nice is to actually have a note in here to tell us where to actually look, right? So next time we're trying to look for this code, we know where to look. So I think it's probably going to be in... it could be an edit cam, but I don't think it's an edit cam. I don't think we have the click drag code there. It could be, though. That would be another likely place. So let's go look at edit cam. And it would be in the functions. So what do we got in here? Camera snap helper functions, snap camera to preset values, camera size exponent to pixel step for push pull. So it's not in here. That would be the other place where I would have thought it would be. The last place is in PAINT5D functions. So on mouse to outer main, right? It's this stuff here. And yeah, so this is click drag E code. So so in here, let's just make a note here. Places to find dragging code. Click plus drag code. Add 1. Because everything is namespace, because I'm crazy with my namespace, we don't even have to say what file that is, right? AAC 2020 PAINT5D, the namespace gives away the file it's in, which is nice. That's the one reason why I write my code kind of verbose like that is, I can look at a function name and I know exactly where it is, because it's so heavily namespaced. So, okay, so in here is where that stuff is happening, and on mouse down, outer main. Is the mouse down? Okay. And this is store drag start state. And my guess is that this drag is happening, this initial drag is gonna happen. I'm guessing this drag is happening like, well, first of all, let's go find this and let's shut this thing up. So this is happening like all over the place, and it's like, I don't want to see this. So let's figure out where this is coming from. I'm gonna guess this is actually coming from the PAINT5D system. Copy that. And let's shut up, wherever this is coming from, let's shut up the logging for this. Find all. Actually, I didn't think it was going to come in here, but it's coming in. It's in Tau Sync, I guess, huh? And GL Text Sub Image 2D. Yeah, that's where that's happening. I don't know why we decided to. This is already working. And we want to use, like, if we really want to do this, we want this to be a log function. Let's just comment this out. Right, we don't need to see this anymore. And then there was something else that was really getting in our way, but let's comment that out for now. And we just want this kind of like clicky, draggedy drag. I want to be able to see the click drag stuff happen in here. So right now I got this blah blah blah. Let's get rid of that as well. So where this is coming from, let's go get rid of that, because it's probably coming from let's just look for this. It's probably coming from inside here somewhere, yeah? So here's the actual texture push. We probably had this in here to help us kind of like look for some stuff at one point in time. And now it's just clutter. Okay, so now let's see if maybe we can get some type of useful feedback, right? Like see some error messages from... So this is the PAINT5D system. By any chance, we might have logging turned off for this system No, I don't think we would. Well, we're going to see. So let's go here, and let's go here. Let's do this. And let's kind of like... Nothing. So I don't see any logging messages happening here. And then we got that not synced message. Okay, so what's going on here? If this is, oh, this is an error, and this check is only valid if it's drag start. Okay, let's do a printf here. Let's do a printf. And is this always so does this happen continuously, or does it happen... I think this might happen continuously. So hold on. Let's do a printf really quick and say od2 ... I don't really care what the message is. I just want to see, does that keep on happening, right? Does that keep on happening as the mouse is down? Or is it like a one-time thing? I think it's going to keep on happening with the way I coded it. But let's just see what that does. Okay, so if we do this, what do we get when we start click dragging? Nothing? Okay, so that's weird. Oh, wait. Flush the console. Buffered output. Like, I guarantee it. Okay, let's give that another shot. So let's try this again. We're not actually seeing things in real time here. Not F-flush, STD out. What's wrong with that? Stray backslash. Oh yeah, I see. Okay. Okay, so now if we go over here, I'm going to expect to actually see some stuff here. Okay, so if I go this, yeah, so we got this. Now, is that... Okay, it's happening when I move. So the mouse actually has to move, but that's okay. That's a behavior that I can work with. So the next thing I want to know is... this right here, this is drag start state. So this is a drag start state, so we want to wrap this so is it a drag start? And there is like an extra, you know, there is, you know, an extra kind of scope here, right? So let's put the label this here like that. So what I'm thinking is I want to make sure the drag start just happens once on the first mouse down. And if the drag start happens on the first mouse down, then we'll kind of start working in this panning code. And at first, the panning code is probably not going to work exactly correct, but we want to get some feedback, right? So we want to just get something working in terms of panning. Okay, so let's do this. So Okay, so when we click and drag, we see drag start, and then we see this other stuff, right? So, so that's good. That's good. Okay, cool. So we have like a drag start state, and inside here, we know that this stuff is the drag start. So at the drag start, we're going to take the camera. We're going to take this camera, right? We're going to load the camera into these variables, and then we're going to put the camera variables into this thing called VD1, which is a viewport 1 down, right? So it's a copy of the viewport when the mouse initially went down, right? And we're going to use that to help us edit the camera when we're in this drag state. So, so over here, we're going to say that it's either the drag start or it's not the drag start, right? So, perform dragging panning of camera. That is a mouthful. But yeah, if this is less than or equal to 0, right? So if this is not true, then we're going to do, right? So the first time it gets executed, it's true, right? So if we look at the logs here, right? The first thing we should see in here is not OD2. Ooh, well, that could be, this could be a problem, right? So if the first message here is not drag start, it's like this OD2. That's not going to be good. That's going to create some problems for us. So Now, maybe it's just because it's like there's some other kind of crap happening here, and maybe it's not what we think it is, but I think that for whatever reason, drag start. So how the heck are we going to deal with this? Where, like, the on mouse down happens before we start dragging, right? It's that first... Well, it's the first mouse down that we care about, right? It's the first mouse down. So... This is not what we care about. This DS2 variable, what is it? Close this. Drag start. And where does this get set? In Genoan, I think. So where is this happening? What listener is this happening in? Defaults, and then after the switch statement, is the mouse down, and so we're using the wrong variable. Are we using the wrong variable? We actually don't want this. We actually want the state before. We want the first mouse down before we start dragging, right? So actually, well, hold on. So drag start, where is that? So Yeah, so we don't actually want the start of the drag. We want the first mouse down before we drag. So this mouse down here, this mouse down 2, what the heck are we looking at here? This says right button down. Oh yeah, right button down. Okay, cool. So mouse down is set to 1. So what I'm thinking is, we don't actually want drag start. We want, first mouse down. We actually want the first mouse down. We don't want drag start. We want first mouse down. Right? That's actually what we want here. The first mouse down. And then we're going to take this mouse down variable and in increments, right? So we want something like this. So over here, we're going to be dragging, and we don't actually want that drag. We want to call this mouse down variable. We want the first mouse down when we do this, right? We can't be off by 1. If we're off by 1, like we're seeing in the console like this, where we do this, and then there's this, that's not going to work out for us very well. So let's see if that leads to some good stuff. And I don't know if it will, but let's just take a look at that and see if that looks more proper. Okay, so let's just try to mouse down. Also, we might have another problem here. We need to stop doing this. We need to make this an actual log, because the log will flush the console. And I think that some of the problems we're having here is that these messages we're making are not flushing the console, and the console is like off by 1 or something because we're not using a log function, right? So we need to use a logging function so that we flush the console when we're logging, so that we can see this happen at the correct time. Because what we're seeing, the incorrectness we're seeing, may actually be because the logging has lag in it rather than the code being wrong. So let's try that. Okay, so now let's go first mouse down. Yeah, first mouse down, dragon, 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 let go. First mouse down, dragon, dragon, dragon. First mouse down, dragging down. So, okay. So that's good. Also, let's remove the new lines, right? So now that it's a proper log, the new lines just interfere with that. Okay, so let's look at that again and see if it's kind of like returning what we want. So it's getting close. It's getting close. And then we're going to have some problems with the scrolling. I know we're going to have some problems with the scrolling initially once we get it coded in, and it has to do with the with scale, and we'll figure that out as we go. But yeah, so this is first mouse down and then dragging. Oh, what the? Did I not remove the new line? Did I not remove? Okay, well let's go look into the PAINT5D. First mouse down. What about dragging? So I'm gonna guess that the log in our boilerplate up here, I'm gonna guess the logging function is stupid, right? Is that what's going on here? No, that looks PAINT5D log stuff. That doesn't look right. That looks, did we not just fix that? Did we not just get rid of that? Right, it says dragon right here, right? We got rid of the new line. And yet here we are, this stuff, a new line, and then this, right? So what the... oh, you know what it is? It's, we gotta make that smaller. It's not my code, it's the terminal doing weird line breaks at weird intervals, making it look wrong because I tried to make everything fit. So, let's see if that's correct. Let's go, 1, P for pattern. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, so dragging. First mouse down. Okay, where's OD2 coming from, though? So here's the dragging. OD2 is actually this listener, right? So let's comment this out. We don't need to look at that. And also, this logging function is way too padded. And I'm gonna guess that's just what we did for everything, though, right? Like, is that just the way we wrote everything? How about no? How about we don't do that? How about we just say no to that and write it like this? Okay, let's run that now and see if the output makes sense. But it looks like the output so far is making sense, and so we'll kind of like, we just need a little bit more code to get that click drag initially working. Okay, so P for, no, 1, P for pattern, put a pattern in there, click, first mouse down, dragging, let go. First mouse down, dragging, excellent. First mouse down, dragging, first mouse down, dragging, excellent. Okay. So that's good there. So now what we want to do is figure out the dragging code, right? So for the first mouse down, right? For the first mouse down right in here, we're going to store this value here. And then we want to use the deltas to translate the viewport, right? So let's go into the, we have some common code for the dragging code, right? We have drag com functions, and there's nothing in here, but guess what? We're about to have something in here, right? We need to So in here, let's create a function to help us, right? So what are we going to do? Well, we need to know... What do we need to know? So we need are these uint32s? I think they're uint32s. Uint32 are these ints. These are something or others. We got to figure out what those are. I need to take a break. Also, we're at like 9 hours, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to log my notes from this stream for like what people are saying during the stream, like in my archives. So I'm going to archive this chat in my personal notes, and then I'm going to go start a new stream, and then I'm going to take a break. But I will be back. I just want to put this in my notes. So, so at vid IID, and the video number that we're on is, what's the video number we're on here? We're on video number 163. So video number 163, 0163, and the time of this video is 8:40 and 8:41. How about 8:41? Okay. So I'm just going to make a note of this in my logs, my Twitch logs, and then I'm going to stop the stream and start a new stream, but I'm going to go immediately on break once I have started a new stream, and then we're going to figure out how to make a helper function for click drag code. So hold on. Itch my back here. Okay, so logs. So the video is 163. 404. Okay. Okay, and then let me get this ready. So who was the one typing in all caps? Oh yes, this person. Okay. I'll just put them in the notes. Nothing bad, just I thought it was amusing that their caps lock was locked, so I will have that in my notes. And that's good. Okay, so I'm ready to just stop the stream, and I'm going to start a new one right away, but then I'm going to immediately go on break. So I'm just going to change the video number to, right now this is 163, so the next one's going to be 164 for Tuesday, and then I'm going to go on break. So I'm going to stop this. I'll be back in a few seconds.